Good to introduce the keynote speaker for this session today. As many of you are aware, safety is a big issue for the utility sector. We place a lot of emphasis on occupational health and safety. Given the nature of our industry in particular, if and when accidents happen, it could mean a difference between life and death and literally someone not going back home to their families. So occupational health and safety in the workplace has always been a top priority for the electric utility sector in particular. This morning, we are focusing on another dimension of safety, which we believe is also of critical importance to the success of our organizations and our societies, communities in general. And that is the psychological safety of employees in the workplace. And I would presume to say at all levels of the workplace. And this morning, we are quite privileged to have, I would say, no better presenter for this topic than Bridget Hyacinth. She's an international keynote speaker, best-selling author, thought leader on leadership and human resource management. I particularly like her tagline. I think I'm attributing it to her. So it's time to put the human back in human resources. And I'll be curious to find out how and when it left. And why, but maybe that's not your focus for this morning, maybe at another time. So Bridget has authored 5 books on leadership and HR. As we said, she's an internationally recognized influencer, traveled over 50 countries in 5 continents. So we know that her depth and breadth of vision and understanding will truly engage us this morning. And it's my distinct pleasure to hand you over to her most capable hands. Bridget, the floor is yours.
Martin Ford, Community Manager for CARILEC, which is CARILEC's Renewable Energy Community. Martin, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Raymond. I have the distinct honor today of welcoming Ms. Heidi Skerritt from the Antigua Public Utilities Authority to present her presentation entitled Reimagining Training Within a Traditional Workplace Setting, Lessons Learned in the Shift to virtual learning in a Hybrid Working Environment. So thank you for joining us, Ms. Skerritt. Welcome to our conference, and thank you for making the time. I took a look at your bio and it's very, very impressive, and I'm looking forward to your presentation. Just like the audience to know that Ms. Skerritt is joining us with over 25 years of experience in training and development. She's worked internationally in Japan and Canada and is very interested in understanding the differences and similarities in organizational cultures globally. And as a learning and development leader, she's passionate about adult learning using experiential learning techniques, which I'm very keen on hearing about. She holds a BA in sociology from the University of Windsor, Canada, a diploma in general management from University of West Indies, and she's a certified professional in human resources. Welcome, and how are you today?
I am fine, I'm great. Thank you, Mr. Ford. And I want to take this opportunity to thank CARILEC for this opportunity. So, should I go ahead and share my screen?
Yes, thanks, yes, thanks.
Okay.
Yep, seeing it.
Okay, you can see it clearly?
We see it clearly. Yeah, perfect presentation mode now. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. All right, good morning, everyone, again. I just wanted to say, when I first started this journey, an old joke came to mind. How do you eat an elephant? Now, I'm sure you must be thinking that's sort of a strange question, or what is the response to that? But I want you to think about it and leave it till the end of my presentation And let's see if you got the answer to it. But first, let me tell you a little bit about the organization that I am with. I work for the Antigua Public Utilities Authority, known as APUA. And APUA was formed in 1973 on the 4th of July. It's the amalgamation or the unification of three utilities: electricity, telecoms, and water. And that's what makes APUA unique, because we are the only utility all the way from Cuba to Suriname that has only all three of our utilities in one organization. Now, if you add the other two business units, which is head office, which is of course composed of HR and the finance department, as well as our sister island, Barbuda, it's 5 business units that make up my organization. Now, fast forward to 2007. I was hired as the first training and development officer. And right away, I realized that I was working for a traditional grassroots organization or a legacy organization. And truth be known, on the streets, you could hear most parents and the old people say, you know, when you finish school, you either work for the government, you work for a bank, or you work for APUA. So it's one of the pillars of Antiguan culture. And working for the organization, I was able to see within the organizational culture that the employees were very proud individuals. And for them, it was always about the work. And they wanted to always ensure that we were providing utilities and all the utility services to the public. Now, when I started, I was tasked with delivering training to all 5 of the business units. So telecoms, water, head office, as well as Barbuda and electricity. And the number of employees has ranged usually between 750 to 800 employees based on, let's say, month to month. I also observed that our employees had varied levels of training. We had some employees who hadn't finished primary school, whereas there were others who had up as far as a master's degree in their education. So it was quite a mammoth task, pun intended. And there was a perception that was associated with training before I started. There was the stigma that training was a punishment. It was something negative. It was only the problem employees were sent to training. And another challenge I noticed was with the supervisors in sending their staff to training. I was getting a little bit of resistance because the supervisors, remember, as I said before, we're talking about people who are very proud and they want to ensure that we are delivering the services to our customers. And they felt by me taking their staff off of the field and having them in a classroom setting meant that the work wasn't getting done. So I had to try and convince the supervisors that after a training session, you have a more motivated employee, as well as in terms of levels of efficiency, they become more efficient. Now, there was another issue, which I'm going to get to, but I wanted to first underscore this particular issue by telling a little story. I met Ronald. He was a foreman in the water business unit. We were having training one day, one of the usual customer service training, and Ronald strolled into my classroom about 30 minutes late. His eyes were red, he was disheveled, and he sauntered to the back of the room, plopped himself down in the last, or at the back of the room, in a seat at the back of the room, took off his sunglasses that were on his head, and put them on, and then slumped in his chair and perceived to me, it seemed as if he nodded off to sleep. During the training session, I tried to engage him. He participated. I won't say that he didn't participate, but he wasn't forthcoming. He wasn't volunteering information. He was very reserved. And it wasn't until the break I was able to pull him aside and find out what was going on. And it was at that time that he told me he was working on shift as one of the more senior employees in a two-man shift for one of our plants, our satellite plants. He had worked the 12 o'clock, the midnight shift, and was now finishing at 8, and now coming straight into training. But before he came, he had to prepare the next shift and debrief them for what went on during the night. Ronald's situation stuck with me because Ronald wasn't the only shift worker that this was happening to. And under further analysis, I noticed that between 10 and 17% of the absenteeism rate within our training sessions had to do with a lot of the shift workers. So therefore, either they were coming to the training sessions really tired, or they just weren't coming at all. And so that led me to my next problem or challenge that I wanted to try and solve was, how do I provide training to all of our employees? It isn't fair that, you've just completed an 8-hour training session, and then you're expected to go into sit for another 6-7 hours in a training session. How do I reach those employees? It was something that it took a lot of thought. And so I started to make a list of what needed to be done. Instead of looking at APUA, not just at that time, looking at APUA as a whole, as this big entity, and what my responsibility as a training professional was to my organization. So at the time, I thought I have to satisfy individual training needs for all employees. So those employees who wanted to take a course on the side or go away on study or duty leave. I also had to look at employees like Ronald and ensure that they had access to training. And then finally, I wanted to be able to cover all of the business unit objectives in terms of training. Now, when I looked at each one of the business units, they were as follows. Water had the ABC certification, and this was a certification where for APUA, we were utilizing 4 of their certifications, and that was in water treatment operator, distribution operator, lab technician, as well as wastewater operator. Electricity had the linesman training program. Telecoms was sales. And then for the wider company, for everyone, it was customer service and health and safety. And in particular, we were looking at compliance and first aid. So it wasn't until I attended a conference in California in 2018 that I came across the term blended learning approach. And at that time, light bulbs went off in my head. I realized that, hey, this might be the savior to all of my training challenges. I also came across the term LMS, or Learning Management System. And I realized that could be the blended learning approach blended learning was the approach, and the LMS, or Learning Management System, was going to be my vehicle to be able to join both face-to-face training and virtual and online training. So that's what blended learning is, the combination of both online and face-to-face training. And in particular, the for the online component, there is a synchronous and asynchronous component. Synchronous being like now, where you have an instructor that's located in one location and the participants in another, but the interaction is in real time, as opposed to asynchronous, where you're sitting and watching a YouTube video or interacting with gaming that has content. Now, at that time, APUA was totally, all tests and exams were via paper. We had instructor-led programs that were face-to-face. And in particular, in the water business unit, the ABC exam certification program was a self-study program. So soon after, my search began, and I started to research content providers as well as learning management systems, but I came across a few challenges. Now, note I said earlier that APUA has a complement of approximately between 700 to 800, sometimes as much as 850 employees at a time. Well, that was small, a small number in terms of the greater scheme of things. In terms of the North American or European market, APUA was a small business. That also affected the pricing. So in numbers of subscriptions, for us, it was way too costly. And then, of course, at the end of the day, the content was not customizable. I couldn't add that little Caribbean flair to the content. So it wasn't until I met
Hi there, Mrs. Scarrett. You've gone on mute.
what happened there.
Yeah, hearing you now, sorry.
Okay, you're hearing me?
Yeah, the last thing we heard was, it wasn't until you met, and then it stopped.
Okay, all right. And so it wasn't until I met Belinda Casimir and Sherry Ann Casimir Hodge, and they introduced me to a learning management system, which is now our APUA LMS. And at that time, it was a program that was accessible at any time. It was conducive to all learning abilities, and it was affordable on a small scale. And then the pandemic hit. So all of our face-to-face training grinded to a halt, because at that time, it meant that APUA, as well as the country, was on lockdown for the most part. And then we were on we had limited access. And so it meant that APUA had to switch to a hybrid working environment. And we were using work from home schedules, as well as working in bubbles. And so that forced me to have to prioritize the learning management system. Remember, I had said earlier that the program was able it had an online component. And this seemed like it was going to be, or this was going to be the savior. So in my process, I decided that blended learning was going to be the best solution for APUA training. And I had to think about first how I was going to implement the learning management system. I next was trying to figure out, well, how was I going to how was I going to increase computer literacy within the organization and lessen the fear of it? Because most of our staff within or when you compare the administrative staff to field workers, there was a larger complement of field workers compared to the administrative staff. So therefore, I was preparing myself for a little bit of resistance to technology. And then, like anything else, if you're implementing something, I thought the best way to do it is to offer no options, because that means that when we're uncomfortable, It means that we're going to go back to what we know. So looking at implementing the learning management system, I had to first achieve buy-in from the stakeholders and within my company. And that meant I had to create a project charter. I submitted that to the GM's office and received approval. The next step was to meet with stakeholders, and those stakeholders would have been the HR department, the finance department. It would have been, of course, the water manager, as well as key staff within the water business unit. And I also brought in the management information systems for the technical side of things. And I also asked the vendors to also be present to answer the technical questions. My next approach was to start small. So I decided to, instead of focusing on the larger and greater APUA, I decided to focus on or use a pilot project and go business unit by business unit. And I decided to start with the water business unit. And then the next approach was to use a phased-in approach. Now, in terms of increasing computer literacy, I started in 2019 with our preliminary exams for the ABC certification for the water business unit. What I did was in an effort to go paperless and to be able to utilize the LMS, I incorporated the preliminary exams. So persons had a dry run or a dress rehearsal before they wrote the official ABC certification. And then shortly after, the certification board, and between them and COWASA, our water secretariat, they gave us the option to use the computer-based exams. So from there, the ABC certification went paperless. And then in August 2021, I was in the beginning of my implementation stage of the LMS. And this is where I started to have orientation training with the staff. And then finally, I looked to those individuals or started to focus on our field staff and individuals who weren't comfortable or had basic knowledge, computer knowledge in 2021 and I was offering introduction to computers and Windows environment training. So in terms of my approach, I would have gone from those individuals who were comfortable in using the computer, who had some basic, well, a little bit more, maybe intermediate level computer literacy, and now working my way towards those individuals who had very little experience with the computer. My third and final step was to offer no options. And I know that may sound harsh, as I said before, but sometimes when we give persons, in this case, when we want to implement something, it's best to try and implement it and then coach them along the way. Okay, so as I said, we started with the preliminary exams as a precursor to the ABC exams, and then the access to the training content was only on the LMS. Remember, I had said previously that the program was a self-study program. And so although we had books, there was exam study material. And so I ensured that I uploaded that information to the learning management system. And so all candidates would have to access the LMS to be able to get the information. Thanks to the pandemic, we had to migrate to having our instruction virtually. So the online, the classes that were being offered, or originally, as I mentioned, that the class was a self-study program, and then we migrated to an instructor-led program. That was now offered virtually. And for persons who had missed the sessions, they were able to access it via the LMS. Okay. Now this whole process, this pilot project that I had with water, it's allowed me to look at my strengths, weaknesses, threats, as well as opportunities. And so one of the strengths I found was that training was now on demand. Persons could access the training 24/7, 365. Staff who were working on shifts could also access the training remotely. So it wasn't that they had to be located in our training room to access that information. There was also no limitation on the number of employees who could be trained in a sitting, and all the learning materials and content would have been uploaded to the LMS to make for easy access. In terms of fear of resistance, that is still something we are working at. Again, through coaching our employees. Another weakness we found was that the employees had to use their own data, and that was a concern they had. Now, of course, that isn't a problem if they're here or in any one of our satellite locations. But of course, if you wanted to access the content from home, you're using your own data. And then we still have to manage our computer literacy limitations. In terms of the opportunities, as I mentioned before, the pandemic, what I thought was a big threat was actually my blessing and silver lining in disguise, because it allowed me to fast track approval for the learning management system. Now our managers can monitor employees' progress. Our HR department can utilize the information within the LMS for assessments, as well as it's cost effective. In terms of our threats that we're still facing, for those individuals who are accessing their service, again, off the premises, they may have to deal with inconsistent internet services. I guess like most of us at this time, a lot of us were facing COVID fatigue. So studying for some of our employees really was the last thing on their mind. And then in terms of buy-in from our leaders, it's a slow process. So I'm working with our leaders and controlling the conduct of participants online. And finally, enforcing the rules of engagement. Those were some of the challenges that some of the threats that I face. Now, what's next for training? What's next for blended learning at APUA? Well, it's going to be here to stay, and so is the LMS. It has worked, and again, this is something that we don't, as human beings, we tend to resist change. So it's something that I gradually will have to work with the employees to coach them along the process. And hence why I am still using my phased in approach to various elements of the online learning. So as I mentioned before, now that the exams, the test questions have been loaded, exam content has been loaded, and now the last thing that we had done was to have the virtual classes. There are also other options of the LMS for forums. However, I still want to look at policies, developing a policy to be able to manage that, so that I can manage, as I was mentioning before, in terms of threats, the rules of engagement. I'm still working with our management team, and just to orient them to and sell them on how the LMS can work for them. And in terms of the water business unit being my pilot project, I eventually do plan on rolling it out to the other business units, so telecoms, electricity, as well as head office and our sister island of Barbuda. So at the beginning of my presentation, I had asked you, how do you eat an elephant? Oops. Does anyone want to take a guess? Okay. All right. And it's one bite at a time. All right. And I want to just thank you for listening. And I'm going to leave you with a quote. Your hardest times are often led to the greatest moments of your life. So keep going. Tough situations build strong people in the end. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for this presentation. This was awesome. To the audience, if you have your questions, please put them in the chat. Mrs. Scarrett, I have a question. You know, like you actually went into how you plan to move forward. That was the first one I was going to ask you. But you know, building on the first presentation and talking about empathy, did you have a lot of empathy? Did you have a set of ambassadors that empathize with what you were doing? And how did you work with the Coalition of the Willing, if they did exist, to move the project forward?
Okay, in terms of ambassadors, no, it's just, I have a team of two, both of us, and I, if I could, I would, well, we haven't gotten to that point yet, but if I could copy my assistant, I would multiply her by many, because she's got many hands. So she is my right hand, but she has assisted me. It's just the two of us. The second part to your question was?
How did you rally the Coalition of the Willing? So I guess as the program rolled out and persons adopted it, were there those persons that were really excited about it, and then those who weren't excited about it? And how did you adjust your tactics to either of them?
Right. Well, what we did was I've always highlighted for those individuals who were in support of it. I made sure that we highlighted as much as we can. So even in training sessions, or even whenever I could, I would drop the LMS bomb, if you want to, if you want to use that term. For those persons who weren't comfortable, what I've done is I've had to pull them aside, and we would have a discussion. So most of the questions weren't really about it wasn't the fear of the learning management system. It was more or less, well, how do I approach? I want to get my certification, and what do I need to do this? So, but for the most part, it's been positive. I'm still working with those individuals who have limited computer literacy, though.
I appreciate that. As a community manager, I know it takes that kind of added relationship building, and you've so clearly demonstrated that. We have a question coming in from Adina. How do you cope or deal with employees who refuse to attend training sessions, which are necessary for the growth and development, I assume, of their own growth and development, but the growth and development of APUA?
Okay. What I ended up doing is I decided to work on the next level. So work at the supervisory level. In some cases, I've been able to enlist some of the supervisors in the training session and actually ask them, or even the managers, to come in and sit in. So initially, yes, there was a fight, but then when you have your supervisor telling you that, hey, you know what, you're not going to be working the 12 to 8 shift, have a good night's sleep, and tomorrow I want you to go to training. So it's been a gradual process with collaboration between myself and the supervisors, making things a little bit easier, especially when it comes to the shift workers. And for those persons who have flatly refused, what we've had to do is we follow up. Even though it's the two of us, I have to find out, well, what exactly is the reason why you didn't attend? And then I also communicated to the supervisors to communicate to them why the employee has not attended training.
It's very helpful. I have another question coming in from Kedia or Kedia. I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong, but it's it's a comment, excellent presentation. And then, is the training function separate to your organization's HR department? And would you mind sharing what LMS system you have used?
Okay, we are very much part of the HR department. I must say I get a lot of support from my manager in terms of, and autonomy from my manager in terms of training. And the training, the LMS that we use, it's customized. So it's called the AP Way LMS, but I can provide the information in terms of the vendor is Excellent Learning Academy, or they've now rebranded to the Apex Training of Learning. They're now out of Anguilla now.
This is very great. I see we're coming up at 10:30, and we have to move on to the next session. But I'd like to thank you, and I would love to follow up with you regarding your presentation. It was excellent.
Thank you.
And also, I really appreciated that you did it in a story format, because that was very engaging for me. But I'll pass over now to any closing words or comments from you, actually, or message you'd like to leave.
All I can say is that, you know, even though whatever projects you decide to take on, just stick with it. You know, just stay with it and stick with it. I know sometimes it can be, you know, sometimes it can be disheartening, but there's always, if you have a goal in mind and you work towards that goal, you know, eventually you will reach it.
Yes, thank you. I was taking note of your timeline of implementation, and I know it takes a while for people to change that learning behavior. So appreciate
Yes.
you and you're sticking with it and what APUA has offered us today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'd like to turn over back to Alana, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin. Also agree, such an impactful presentation. I also learned a lot because we are in the process of employing a consultant to actually build out an LMS program for one of the projects CARILEC is currently working on. So thank you so much, Ms. Garrett. This was very, very valuable. We will now move on to our morning break, 10:20 to 10:30. So please, as a OSH tip, please walk around, stretch, hydrate, and rejoin us. We're running a bit late, so we'll come back in 10 minutes. So at 10:40, please join us here so we can move into our next presentation for the morning. Thank you, Nikita, our IT support on the back end for the lovely music. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you got some time to just stretch your legs, hydrate, and of course, check in on some quick emails and make some quick calls, because I know we're all guilty of multitasking at a ridiculous level. Because of our next speaker, he has a reputation of grabbing our attention every second. So I hope you got some time to shake those legs, because I know you will be sitting at your screen for the next hour and a half or more without shaking your legs. So this speaker is no other than Sir Richard Solomon, who will start us off on our third block, redesigning the customer experience. Richard will be delivering on the 7-pillar CX framework, the basic for organizational alignment. Richard is the managing director and principal consultant of Development Consulting Center Limited, an author, international speaker, and customer service change maker, and of course, a CARILEC affiliate member. I will not go deeper into his biography, because if you're a part of the CARILEC family, you certainly know Richard. Richard, welcome. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very, very much, Alana, and still morning, right? Good morning to everyone. Great to be with you. And I'm particularly excited today. I can tell you why, because my expectation is that 2023, we will be in the same space again. So I really, really do look forward to that. Let me give a few thank yous, because I tend to forget the thank yous once I get going. Thanks to CARILEC for having me. This is, I believe, my 14th HR conference. The first one was in Grenada back in whatever year that was. I think it was 2008 that I attended anyhow. So I've been around CARILEC for quite some time. So let me thank CARILEC and all the people across there. Keitha, I bother Keitha a lot for information and I can't find the link. And Keitha, I'm sorry, but I have 1,000 emails and I can't read everything. I want to thank my production manager, giving her a title, my daughter. She's here. You can hear her laughing. She didn't see that one coming. For my setup this morning, I have this very elaborate setup. So thanks a lot to her for that. All right, let's get going. So here's the thing. Yeah, that's the one right there. Boom and boom. Yeah, that's it. Right. So I want to talk to you all today about what I think is a highly fascinating time to be alive. And, you know, I was saying to someone that this conference wasn't always an HR, customer service, and CorpCom conference. These conferences were separate. There was a time that HR was conference on its own. Yeah, you can leave it there. Thank you so much. Right? But as I was preparing for this conference, I realized that CARILEC in some way was future gazing when it combined these three conferences. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that shortly, because the combination of CorpCom, HR, and customer service is at a perfect junction. The occurrence of that occurring today is perfect for where the world is. All right. So in today's session, I want to look at customer experience, and I've added an EX. So CX is customer experience, but I've added an EX for employee experience. Yeah. I want to talk to you about my 8-pillar model, and I'll say a lot about it. We're going to spend a lot of time in there. And in there, before I get to the model itself, I want us to look at the reality on the ground as it relates to what customers are experiencing, what do they want, what employees are experiencing, what do they want, and what is happening with tech, which is really, really important as a driver, as an enabler to all that is going on around us. Of course, all of this sits on a bed of the 4th Industrial Revolution. Yeah, and then somewhere in here, we'll grab a few questions and hopefully I'll be able to give some cogent answers to them. And as I talk to you, I will splice into this conversation some to-dos for you. A lot of how I approached this topic is really about or designed to ask critical questions and give some answers. But I really would like you to think about how the organization needs to operate and be, given what appears to be some very different or paradoxical realities. Alana said it, I've been around the CARILEC family for a very long time. Well, in my lifetime, that's a very long time anyway. And I know I've done quite a bit of work across the family. Hi, Heidi, great presentation. Great to hear about your experiences and your journey at APUA. I say APUA. I know you don't say that, but it seems like a word for me, right? And certainly it's been a really, really interesting journey as I've worked with organizations all across the world, observing, and COVID-19 interrupted this a little bit, but pretty quickly organizations got back on track. And we continue to work with organizations, now having worked with organizations in 42 countries. My book, The Signature Service Strategy, was launched at a CARILEC conference in 2018 in Jamaica. I don't know how many of you were there. I don't know how many of you have a copy. That's not what I'm focused on. The fact that it got to a #1 bestseller position is still kind of cool for me. But since then, I have launched a couple other pieces of this work, leading and delivering the kind of service that organizations need. Because I know and realize that organizations really need to be focused on the #1 reason why they exist, and that is the customer. That's the reason why organizations exist. If you think about it, there would be no organization. We wouldn't need them if we didn't have customers. We wouldn't need organizations. And so let's go to the customer experience. Let's talk about that. What is the customer experiencing? Now, I defined in 2019 the customer experience as the sum quality of the customer relationship, that relationship that the customer has with the organization, whether you call it brand or however you label it or package it, over the lifetime of the experience with that company. So that includes all interactions before, during, and after the sale or the transaction. I went on to say, and I'm not talking history now, this is all very present. I went on to say that this service, this level of service that customers want an organization should be delivering, right, can be defined as the continuous delivery of a predetermined VIP level customer experience across all platforms, at all service points, and all flash points. But more important than that, I also said to create it, the organization has to live its life, its best life, on many fronts. And the payoffs are multiple: better leadership, employee engagements, attitude, processes, products, customer experience, quality, efficiency, sales, profits. Everything works better when an organization is aligned to what customers are really searching for and need. I don't think I have to convince anyone in this conference about that statement. I think that stands on its own and it makes sense. Now, we are at a juncture. I wrote this, by the way, in 2018. And for me, it is even more important today, and particularly important at this conference. Why, you see? Well, here's what we're dealing with. We are dealing with a situation where the focus is not only on what customers need. The focus has to be also on what do our employees need. How do we design the organization so that we can deliver all of this across the board, not just what customers need? How do we do all of that and also do what the planet needs, what community needs, what other stakeholders, regulators need, what investors need? How do we bring all of this together in a aligned whole, in a chorus, in harmony, if you want, so that they all work together? Now, we know when we talk about the customer experience, we are going above and beyond. So it's proactive, not reactive. It's relational, not just transactional. It's effective, not just efficient. It's VIP, not just the customer. It's easy for them, not just easy for you. when you think about what the customer experience is supposed to be. And while I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, many of us have already looked at and have already developed, hopefully, our customer journey maps, where we look at where customers are having the moments of misery and the moments of magic. And just in case you are HR listening to this, just in case you are Corp.com listening to this, and you might be saying that you're saying a lot of customer, customer, customer. Hold for me, or as they like to say, wait for it. Because understanding what the most important grouping in the organization, if you want, needs, customer and employee, is crucial to how you design whatever you do. It's going to sit on, and I'm not going to spend any time on this really, the industrial revolution that we're in. We are in the 4th industrial revolution. And just so that I remind you, in case the term is not familiar, an industrial revolution is a systemic shift in technology that changes and improves the way business is done while creating new businesses across all industries and in the economy. So we are in number 4th industrial revolution. Let's look at the previous 3. First one, mechanization or mechanical production, steam engine, the use of water. Second one, and that was around the late 1700s. Then we had mass production, electricity, and electricity becoming available widely, right? And this is in the late 1800s. This is where we saw the assembly line. And many of us would be extremely familiar with the 3rd industrial revolution. And we are kind of on the tail end of that, where we see IT, electronics. This got started in the late 1960s, just about the time where I was becoming a member of planet Earth, right? Late 1960s, early 1970s, where we created, or where they created, programmable logic board. And we started to create storage and all these wonderful things that now have enabled us to be here. But that has given way to what we are seeing today, where we have cyber physical systems, where the digital, the biological, and the physical are blurred, where machine learning and artificial intelligence and robotics are coming together to aid the organization. And I want you to put a star, if you're making a note, next to the artificial intelligence issue, because I'm going to come back to it from a communication and a tech standpoint, because it's one of the pillars that organizations that are really serving their customers and their employees well are using. Let me back down from there for a moment, and let's talk about the customer experience. And I decided this year, folks, and 14 years ago when I gave my first presentation at a CARILEC conference, I spoke at the HR conference. And one of the things I said to the audience then is that more HR people need to speak the numbers. And so I've never apologized for throwing numbers at you. All right, so let me throw some numbers, and I'm going to throw a set of numbers for customer experience. I'm going to throw a set of customers to you for the employee experience. And I'm also going to throw a set of numbers to you, for the tech, what's going on in technology, some for communication as well. And so this part of the presentation, here's how I want to do it. I want to do it what? So the numbers will tell us what's happening, what are people asking for, what's working, what's not. So what? I want to do so what? So the what is what's happening. So what does that mean? At the end of each set of numbers, I will discuss with you very briefly, what does that mean? And I'm going to end this off with now what? Now what is, well, what do we do about it? It's one thing to talk about what's happening, but we must make meaning of it and then move that on to what do we do about it? Let's look at customer experience by the numbers. So if we look at this first number, 58% of customer expectations have gotten, 58% of customers have higher expectations from 1 year ago. So if you measure customer experiences, we realize that the customer is demanding more. This is real everywhere, right? Not only that, but we also see that 78% of customers have said to us, have said to the researchers that the pandemic, what has happened in the pandemic has shifted, has driven and shifted how they behave. It drives long-term behavior. That's important. Customers are behaving differently as a result of this pandemic reality, which is, by the way, how do I say this? A generation, a century defining reality. People will be writing and talking and discussing and looking at and designing organizations based on the last 2.5 to 3 years for a very, very long time to come. Additionally, 45% of customers are more likely now to use self-service. These are important numbers. You see, information communication technology has told us how to be, how we should behave. I was saying on the radio, I have a radio, it's not a radio program, it's a radio segment, Monday to Friday, 6:45, sorry. I give my viewpoint, it's viewpoint, that's what it's called. So whatever I would like to speak about, and I speak about local, regional, global issues. And this morning, I was talking about the time when, or the times when many of us would know this, when we would go to the, what do you call them, the travel agent, to book a flight. Well, there's still travel agents, usually if you know, corporations have them and if you're doing large groups, but generally when we travel, most of us, and I have, well, I was gonna say I travel quite a bit. I don't anymore, thanks to COVID, right? But that's beginning to change, right? We have CEO's conference in May, so looking forward to that, in the Bahamas, right? But the point I was making is that we don't any longer need to see a travel agent. We have learned to help ourselves, even in very complex, what used to be very complex things. And I'm using the travel agency as an example. There was a time to be a travel agent, to book a ticket, you had to go through a very long training process, certification process, you had to pass an exam and so on. Now I can point and click and it works, it just works, right? So customers have gotten into the habit and have gotten comfortable, maybe that's what I should say, with helping themselves. So customer expectations, customer behaviors are shifting. Let's push on a little bit. Early in the pandemic, about 3/4 of customers said, you know what, service got worse. Something was off, service got worse early on. And you can understand why. Many organizations were caught flat-footed. They were accustomed to customers coming in, using traditional ways of interacting. And all of a sudden, things were different. We were in lockdown situations, we couldn't come in. And as a result of that, the systems that would allow for remote working and remote access of customers were not there. So customer service took a hit early in the pandemic, but it has come back up. It's nowhere near as bad as it used to be because of the adoption of many of the systems that we'll talk about shortly. 87% of contact center agents reported higher stress levels. Why? Well, customers were demanding more. They were pushing hard on the organization. And obviously, when customers push hard on the organization, people feel it because the organization doesn't really exist except on paper, but it exists only in terms of the people that are in it. So we had more pressure coming down the pipeline in terms of customer service and demands there. 92% of customers who tried shopping online 2019 onwards became converts. Very important number. And I did tell you, we'll talk about the numbers. 92% of customers became converts. So even those who previously would have said, no, I prefer to go into the store. I prefer to go to the, I don't know, the location and do my transactions. In some ways, they were forced because many countries had lockdowns. They were forced in some ways to adopt the online approaches to doing whatever, whether that is purchasing your groceries in some cases, paying your bills. And for many of us, that was already the case. But many of those who were holdouts, you know, the late adopters, they got on board. And I know I read a statistic, I didn't put it into this presentation, that even those over 65, large percentages of them got on board. Yesterday when, oh goodness, who was presenting yesterday from Belize? I don't remember her name. Please forgive me. When the person from Belize was presenting, I did ask a question and I wondered about how did their push to take things online, bills, for example, are only online. How did the older or the more mature customers, how did they accept and how has that worked for them? So I'm still curious about that. And if you're there, you could probably just give me an answer on that. I'm happy to kind of weave that into my presentation as well. So we had a lot of adoption taking place, which tells us that people are willing, not just willing to go online and do things online, but they are happy to help themselves, right? That self-help has become very normal. Yeah, let's push on a little bit more in terms of communication. And I'm not leaving out the folks who are co-op. Let's talk about what has happened in that regard as it relates to service. 51% of customers are more loyal to brands that communicate with them through their preferred channels. That's an important number, their preferred channels. So 51%. So how you communicate is critical, right? And of course, we are seeing the uptick in terms of social media and chat. I'll talk about chats and I'll talk about bots in a little bit, and chat bots, and how they are now playing a really critical part in delivering amazing service. 82% of people expect immediate answers to their questions. These are customers now. So from a communication standpoint, so this is not just a CS issue, this is also a CC issue in terms of corporate communications. There is an expectation that you would in fact respond immediately. I had an interesting experience recently. I purchased art, usually from the African continent. And I have been talking to an artist and we agreed on a number of pieces. And one of the things in Nigeria, I'm buying these from Nigeria, is that you can't export art without a certification or a permit from the museum or the ministry that controls the museum. So essentially, any art that comes out of Nigeria without a permit is considered stolen. And of course, if you know the history, you would know that one of the reasons they had to do that is because a lot of art was stolen, particularly out of the kingdom of Benin, part of which still sits in Nigeria, sits in the modern day country of Nigeria. So anyway, back to this story. And so I was trying to get some information in terms of what would the certificate cost, because the certificate is kind of based on what the art is, the mediums that are used, and the size of the art. And I called and no one was answering. I called again and no one was answering. And I sent an email, I didn't get a response. And I got on Facebook and I sent a message to their message system on Facebook. And within 5 minutes, someone came back to me. And I explained to them what I wanted. And they said, here's the number of the curator of the museum in Abuja. Here's her cell phone number. I put it on and I quickly said to her, this is who I am, this is what I tried to do. And she responded in 5 minutes. And within short order, everything was sorted out. Customers expect this kind of instantaneous service. Now you have to understand Nigeria is 6 hours ahead of us, right? But people respond. And that's what customers expect, 82% of customers. 92% of customers are satisfied with the live chat feature. That's important. So live chat is not just for immediate responses, but it also drives up customer satisfaction. This is critical. So if we are asking, how do we marry all of this? How do we design an organization that does this well? We have to keep these numbers in mind. Let's push on here. Customers are also concerned, greatly concerned. 33% of customers have reevaluated their own situation, their value set. And they take things for granted less. And those things are not just about their personal life, but they are also concerned about what's going on the planet. And they are concerned about what you do in terms of community, in terms of what's happening on the planet, in terms of the environment. Customers are also concerned about that. Social good and purpose is important for customers. So what we find is that 63% of customers want to do business with socially responsible companies. And these numbers, if you note here, my citations are all recent. I think everything is from 2020 upward. So this is really current information in terms of where customers are. And this is a real pulse that you can take. So 63% of customers want to buy or do business with companies that are socially responsible. Right? And you can see that citation. There's a 2022 citation. And you will get this presentation, and there are 2 slides with all of the references in there. 54% want to do business with companies that prioritize things like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how they do that in communities and in the workplace. So customers are no longer just satisfied with getting it from you. Now, I know when you talk about, right, so I'm getting a note here. Forgive me, folks, we're going to do this really live. So thank you, Vonetta. Thank you for responding. transition to electronic billing includes bill delivery via online SMS, mobile app, two-way SMS that allows customers to input their account information and get an automatic reply with their bill. Customers can also make requests via traditional mediums. There you go. And so the question I was wondering about, Vonetta, is how did the older demographic or the more mature customers, how did they respond to this and how has it gone? And I remember you talking about you having elderly parents and how that might impact them. So I was just curious about that yesterday, right? But I was making the point just a while ago about the fact that older customers, more mature customers, they have adopted many of these ways of being. So Zoom grannies is a term. If you do a Google search, you'll find that term, Zoom grannies. And where did it come from? Well, they couldn't see their grandchildren and their children in person because of COVID, and many of them have comorbidities. So they had to be sort of sequestered, not available to the public and younger persons and those who are going out among people. And as a result, one of the ways of interacting was Zoom. So we came to the term Zoom grannies, right? So back to purpose. So purpose and social good, really important for customers. Customers are interested, they want to do business with organizations who are inclusive, drive equity, diversity, and so on. Now, let me stick a pin. When we think about where we are as a planet, we realize that the concerns for social issues is higher than it ever was. Now, many of you, especially those of you who work with the utilities, you might be thinking, well, yeah, true, but they can't really buy electricity anywhere else because, well, we are the only game in town. If I were in Antigua, I have to get my power from a PUA. If I'm in Trinidad and Tobago, as I am, I have to purchase it from TNTech, gets it from Power Gen, Trinity Power, and TUG, Trinidad Generation Unlimited, right? You kind of have to buy it from them. If I'm in Jamaica, I have to go to JPS School, right? True, but that's also shifting. Because more and more, even where the laws have not caught up, we are seeing customers are able to just put on a solar system onto their thing and be able to generate some power from that. And I know in some situations we can sell power back to the grid. So the issue of competition for even for electric utilities is still quite real. And talking about green, customers are also very concerned about how you're treating the planet. Right? So customers have all of these concerns. What does it mean? Well, it means customers want convenience, simple processes, systems, but they're pushing organizations to do better, to deliver more in terms of service. Customers, they're happy with e-commerce. They've been converted. Customers want companies to be more mindful of how they appear, the companies, and what they do in terms of social, environmental, and community projects and focus. Customers are in fact concerned about these things. Efficient and effective communication is key to the customer experience. This is important, right? So how we communicate, this concern for the planet is now global. Part of that is driven because we know what's going on globally, and customers want to do business with companies that demonstrate care for people, care for the organization, care for the planet, care for the community. Those numbers are telling us some very clear things about what customers want. So, customer experience. Customers want it easy. They don't want to have to fuss, and they don't want to have to fight you to deliver what you said you would deliver, but what your mandate is for you to deliver, right? So that's the customer. I said 3, so I'm going on to the second one. Let's talk about the employee. I'm going to use numbers again. And I do not apologize for all of my numbers. All right. So here are some people numbers for you. And I put a lot of post-COVID or during and now COVID time numbers in here. 85% of global employees are not actively disengaged. Sorry, are not actively engaged. I mean, again, 85% of global employees are not actively engaged. Now, what does that mean? About 15% are actively engaged. And in the middle there, you'll have those who are engaged, you'll have those who are disengaged. So there's a lot of room in between. But when you talk about active engagement, it's only a small amount of employees. And the truth is that with the amount of people that have had to work remotely, and now we are right about 25%, because that number has come down over the last few months as more places have reopened. right? We have companies here. I was talking to one of the companies in the power sector in Trinidad, they're all clients of mine, but this one in particular, everyone is still working from home except those who have to run the product, right? About 25% of employees are still involved in some kind of virtual or remote work. Yeah. And we know that people are zoomed out. Not so much the Zoom grannies, but people are generally zoomed out. 50% increase in video calls. Now, this is an important number as we look at how will people connect and what will happen in the future. And certainly, Heidi, how will we continue to train and develop and build our people given these challenges around Zoom? I can tell you I have a client in St. Kitts, not a power company. And so with this, we're just about to start a project, 3-year project, and it's going to be a mixture because some people still want to have that virtual experience while others seem to also want to have the in-person experience. And I am somewhere in the middle, right? So people are saying, we are tired with all of these video calls. It's kind of ironic. I'm saying that here and I am in front, I have lights, camera, and action going on and everyone is behind a screen, but that's the reality. Lots of people have been involved in virtual work and that number has come to about 25% currently. Depending on which market I imagine you look at, 90% of workers report similar or increased productivity. This is important in the virtual space. And that number is higher in some cases. In Brazil, the number was about 91%, a little bit higher. And I've seen numbers as high as 95% of people who are working virtually or remotely reported increased or similar productivity levels. This is an important number. Why is it important, Richard? Well, it's important because it tells us that people working remotely does not and has not affected the productivity of the organization in any material way. And this goes directly to some managers who believe that you need to see people in order for them to be doing work, right? And thank you, Vanetta. Vanetta is still updating me. Older demographics are still a challenge, although many rely on others to access the electronic options, right? Right? So we see that as a reality. So people by the numbers here. Now, here's the thing. One of the unintended consequences of people working remotely, 78% feel less included. This is an important number. These people I'm talking about are employees now. Remember I said customer experience and then employee experience. 78% feel less included working remotely. Now, this sets up a paradox because they also feel zoomed out. So how do we fix that? Coming to that shortly. And only 1% of HR leaders expect that they will have a workforce that will work totally full-time in office. Said differently, 99% of HR leaders believe that their organization will have some type of hybrid situation going forward. We got a request recently from one of our local regulators, a large organization, to help the entire staff manage and work and produce in a virtual organization going forward. Because although they can all come back out to work now, the organization is saying there are some real benefits to people not coming to office every day. And therefore now, how do we smoothen that out to make sure that the organization is doing what it's supposed to and people are getting the experience that they need to have? So most HR managers fully expect that we're going to have a full hybrid sort of situation. And by the way, let me explain what I mean by hybrid. Some people will work in office. Some people will work wherever at home. I like to say work under a coconut tree, if you will. Just make sure the coconuts don't hit the laptop, right? But some people will be in office, some will, and some will do both. Be at office some days, be at home or wherever, Coconut Tree Beach some days. And if that sounds far-fetched, that's very, very real. Why do you think Zoom has backgrounds that include beaches and coconut trees? I don't know if they knew that I was going to say this. All right. All right. 70% of customer service employees want to continue some degree of remote working. Very important number, right? And in other places, that number is as high as 81%. So there is a desire, there's an interest on the part of employees to retain some type of remote working. Some more numbers for you here. 91% of people who work remotely, they found they had better work-life balance, 78% were less stressed, and 78% were also happy to avoid the commute. Benefit, benefit, benefit. This is why people are saying, look, we don't want to come back to the office full time. We don't mind having some remote working. Look at those numbers, right? So as much as 81% want to have some degree of remote working, but they're saying, for the reasons of one, I can better manage my work life. Two, I am less stressed. And thirdly, this commute to work is hell. And in some cases it is. I mean, if you're in Trinidad and Tobago as I am, and you live in Central as I do, and you're going to Port of Spain as I used to back in 2019, I hardly ever go there anymore. Depending on the time you leave, it can take you 2 hours. I mean, it's a 25-minute drive, maybe a 20-minute drive, but it can take you 2 hours depending on the time you leave. And I know my friends in Jamaica and Barbados have similar experiences because I've had those experiences on those islands as well, right? So the commute is hell. And these are island nations. What about cities? For getting into the city parking and all that kind of stuff. So very real desire to have some degree of remote work and good reasons for doing so. Now, what does this all mean in terms of the employee experience? So hybrid companies will remain. Organizations are going to continue to work in a hybrid fashion. And keep my eyes on the chat here. Work in a hybrid fashion. People are zoomed out, but working from home has not negatively affected productivity, right? Engagement is generally low. That's something we need to look at. Employee inclusion took a big hit. Remote work is still highly desirable, and employees are saying we get tangible benefits from remote work. Oh, let me be balanced. Some employees report that it's difficult to disconnect because it's almost like you're working at home, and so you're always connected kind of thing. And many employees report that they work longer hours. So on the downside, there is that. Although the later research is telling us that more people are managing that better, and organizations are now better designing systems and interaction and setting meetings in a way that require people to just be on at their times, whatever that time is, versus having to just sort of respond all the time. It's not the same for all organizations, but that's the reality that we're seeing. So customer experience, employee experience. Let me ask a question here, and you can tell me in the chat. What has been the comments in terms of the employee experience that you have gotten within your own organization as it relates to virtual working, remote working, hybrid working? What have people said? It's good, it's bad, it's a challenge, we're doing better, we're happy to do it. I was very heartened, Vanetta, yesterday when you talked about people needed desks, so facilities took desks to people. Those people who didn't have a laptop got a laptop. Organizations are responding in this way. So I'm just giving people a second or a minute or so just to respond and tell me what have been some of the comments or the experiences you have heard about in your own organization as it relates to the kind of experience people have been having in the organization regarding remote work, regarding virtual work, right? So, and as soon as that pops up on my chat, I'm going to come back to it, but let me push on because I still have to get to the model. I'm not at the model yet, right? Okay, so, right. So Tamara Brown is saying my direct reports love it. There you go, right? Anyone else, please pop it in the chat and I'll try and keep my eyes on there while I push on here, right? As a matter of fact, let me just pause on this. I'm going to come to tech in a moment. Let me say this. Truthfully, if you think about how life is structured on planet Earth, we have been doing some very weird things as a species when it comes to people at work. Think about this. If you have to go to the bank as an employee, you work in an organization, maybe it's a power company, and you have to go to the bank. Well, the bank is open during the same hours that your organization is open, meaning that you have to take time off to go get that done. Many things that needed to be done, people would have to take time off. Now, organizations are pushing many of those things online, and flexibility is becoming a real and positive thing. Let me see what's coming up in the chat. Those with children at home at the time enjoy the remote. There are those who felt they work longer hours at home, says Adina. And let's see, there are some leaders who even thought employees work remotely. Employees work remotely, there is still a high level of stress. Yes, let me read that again. There are some leaders even though employees work remotely, there is still a high level of stress because some leaders don't respond to this remote working. Let me say it this way. So if you're in office, I know you're in office, I can come down to your office, I can call your extension, and then that cuts off at a certain time. So because you're no longer there. But you're no longer there at all. If you're at home, then the only way I can reach you is by email, is by WhatsApp, it's whatever it is. And therefore that I think has caused some leaders to go over the boundaries. One of the things that organizations will have to do is to create those boundaries and limitations, because we can't have an expectation. We shouldn't have an expectation that employees will respond all the time. Right, let's look at some of the tech numbers. Right, so 9.4% increase. Tech, and in particular, artificial intelligence, has driven a 9.4% increase in customer satisfaction. Tech itself, this is a 2022 statistic, so AI, right? Agents, these are customer service agents with artificial intelligence chatbots. So these are the bots that you would go on and talk to on a company website, or maybe it's an app or whatever it is. If you're a digital customer, they have an app and you can ask questions and it will respond, basic things. But what they found, the agents, is that 64%, they were able to spend more time on more complex problems, meaning the organization gets better value for money from the humans that it pays. That's important, with the AI, the chatbots and those kinds of things, versus those 50% without, right? And what we also found is that organizations with artificial intelligence have seen a reduction in calls and in emails, which stands to reason, obviously, because people get some of the basic information that they need from the app, from the chat, on the website, wherever it is, without actually having to call and speak to a person or someone having to read an email and respond, right? So we're seeing that technology is pushing in that direction, and customers, they're adopting it, right? Customers are adopting it. A few more numbers here. Leaders have agreed that COVID-19 has driven the speed of adoption of technology related to customer service. So said differently, organizations are adopting technology much faster because of COVID-19. In another presentation, I said COVID-19 has hotwired the fourth industrial revolution, right? So we're seeing tech being rolled out a lot faster. We're also seeing that there's been an 81% increase in chatbots or chatbot interactions since 2020, in 2020. More people are using these systems, yes? And customers that message the company for the first time during COVID-19, that increased by 33%. So 33% more of customers message organizations for the first time. Those who never use a chat option, never use the messaging option, they message the company for the first time, right? So let's push one more number here. Thank you so very much. Good. Take a water break. So it feels like I should have a little, what do you call it? You know, you have these, the little sound, the sound water. Find my own things to be happy. All right. 70% of, this is an important statistic, best-in-class organizations, leaders. And this, when you get this, this presentation, please go into the bibliography and grab this report that Zendesk did. Sorry, I'll tell you why. The data comes out of 140 countries, very rare. 90-something thousand customer interactions and so on were looked at. Over 40,000 people, employees. This is global data. 76% of high-performing organizations are more likely to use technology or tech-driven self-service. Don't miss this statistic. So we are saying people are willing to adopt. We are also saying that the tech is helping the best-in-class organizations to perform better. So don't ignore that. What does it all mean? Well, tech is being deployed faster. Customers want chat and messaging options. AI helps to free up important resources, namely people, so that they can solve more complex problems. AI improves customer satisfaction. The pandemic has driven the use of tech by customers, and self-service has enabled tech. Self-service enabled tech is here to stay. I have a question. What kinds of technology have you, if any, rolled out since 2019 when COVID-19 hit? Because it was late 2019 to now. New tech that you've rolled out, focused on communication, focused on customers, focused on HR. What tech have you rolled out? Are you now using? Or, let me add to it, you've seen an uptick, in other words, more use of it during this time or since COVID-19 rolled out. So I'm going to ask you to put that in the chat. Go ahead and do that while I take another sip of water. I haven't left you. All right, let's see what's coming up in the chat. Nothing yet. All right, so I'm holding for you. All right, while people put that in the chat, let's see. So, oh yes, adoption of social media. Roseanne says, Tamara is saying WhatsApp and online chat. Very, very important. I even see retail organizations. There's some retail organizations that you can send a message to and say, do you have this in store, in stock? Even if you want to physically go in, it's there. So you can now ask them, do you have it in stock? And they go check and see. Right? And of course, you can order things online. Let me see what's coming up here. Social media, WhatsApp, online chat, online payment portal, and increase social media platforms, online payment, live chat. Perfect. Excellent. More of it is needed. Let me just say, I know we're in the Caribbean. I know our pockets are not as deep as some of the larger countries because we just don't have the volume of people. I understand that. The nice thing is that the cost of tech is coming down so that we can roll out some of these technologies a lot easier. Well, I don't know if it's easier, but less expensive than we would have done previously. Thank you. Right? Let me see what else is coming up. Online payment and live chat. Perfect. Michelin. Hi, Michelin. I caught your presentation yesterday. Oh, did you present? No, you moderated, did you? I think I caught when you were moderating. Anyway, let's talk about what the challenge is. Good. So I put it in this language. The challenge I am seeing is to structure and sustainably lead the hybrid organization, because 99% of HR managers are saying organizations are going to continue to be at work, at home, virtual, remote, so hybrid. So the challenge is to structure and sustainably lead the hybrid organization for enhanced productivity, speed, engagement, this is employee, and flexibility while delivering an ultra convenient and reliable customer experience. These are my words. This is the challenge. And I don't know about you, but I can say this is big. This presents a bunch of difficulties, and I'll dare say a bunch of paradoxes. Because if you think about it, we want the customer to have a great experience, but we're saying people could work from home, right? So we have less people available. People have to help themselves, customers. But we have to be able to respond to the chat. So somebody has to be on to do that. But 80-something% of people want immediate responses. But we have to deploy technology, which is going to cost us money. But our shareholders want a return on investment. But we have to be careful with that because we have to protect the environment. There's so many paradoxes in this situation. So what is a paradox? Well, I put, for those who like to learn in this way, I put, okay, hold on. Do you have any data on how people first learned about the existence of your digital services and how they learned to use them? Denise is asking. I'm not sure I understand the question, Denise. I'm going to read it again. It might be my understanding, all right? Do you have any data on how people first learned about the existence of your digital services and how they learned to use these? So I'm making the assumption that you're asking about how customers find out about digital services that an organization might be providing or digital avenues, and then how they learn to use them. I don't know what the answer is to that question, absolutely, but I'm going to take a stab all the same. So all my com people come up front because the question here is, how do we make sure that our customers know what we're offering? That's a communications issue. And that starts with where your customers are consuming content now. wherever now is. And I'm not making the assumption that this is the same across the Caribbean experience, because this is not a monolith. We have different types of experiences across the Caribbean. So there are still places where people go, including Trinidad and Tobago, and there's still a demographic of people. The way they consume information is a newspaper. Yeah, you don't know what a newspaper is. You remember newsprint, and they about ear big, and they'll be black and white, but with some color. And you go to a store, a shop, and you buy. You don't know what a newspaper is, right? Some of you know what a newspaper is, right? That there's still people. That's how they consume their data. And I will admit, sometimes, maybe once or twice a week, I will go and buy all the dailies, because there's some things that just don't come across my news feed, and there are things that my organization or I might need to know. So why did I say that? Well, if there is a demographic of people, that's how they consume information. And you want them to know that there's something different, you have to put it in the old tech before they can know about the new tech. And then they can begin to adopt. How do they learn? How do they learn about it? Well, I think a lot of people, I mean, the statistics tell us that a lot of people have been on this journey of learning as it relates to technology. Yeah. And so large numbers of people across all major demographics are now online. I mean, we have more smartphones on the planet than we have toothbrushes. This is not that people don't brush their teeth. It's just that many people have 2 smartphones, despite what you may have thought. Okay, yesterday, Naomi Garrick pointed towards this, knowing where your customers are. Is it Facebook, Instagram, or are they consuming data from traditional sources? Perfect, thank you, Karen. That's an important factor, right? Now, back to my paradox. So this challenge that I presented to you is not a simple challenge. It presents a paradox. What is a paradox? Well, I put an example here. The red circle says the blue circle is true. The blue circle says the red circle is false. Perfect paradox. But if you want a definition, here's one. A paradox is a contradictory yet interrelated elements that exist simultaneously and persist over time. And there's another paradox on the screen. So it says keep right, but you can see the arrow is pointing left. Paradox. And so in our organizational reality, there are several paradoxes. So let's look at some of these paradoxical realities. If we are going to move beyond the way that we work and embrace the way that things are now, there's some things that we need to do with the challenges that I presented before. This need to deliver an amazing experience, but yet cater to all the bends and flexibility that employees need to take care of the planet, but take care of profit as well. Yeah. So, 1, think beyond either or approaches or binary perspectives. Think beyond. Classic example, public service. The public service in most countries is focused on compliance, not speed. And if your country is different, please let me know. But generally, when you go to the public service offices to get something done, you've got forms to fill out, you've got to fill them in correctly, focus on compliance, not speed. Well, I was in the Cayman Islands in 2018, or was it 2019, early 2019? That was one of the things that they were wrestling with, the public service. How do we do both? We be compliant and go quickly. So think beyond these either or approaches. Instead, consider both and. Both, right? 2 contradiction options do not necessitate a compromise, but can lead to novel solutions and more sustainable organizational performance. So because 2 things look like they contradict each other, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to compromise, i.e. take away some from this one, take away some from that one, and end with a sort of a weak place, right? Organizational fractures, for example, hybrid organizations, where people wish to be a part, but need to be more engaged. So they wish to be a part, but need to be more engaged. I.e., they wish to work from home, but they want to be more highly engaged. That's a real paradox. Rapid change requires continuous learning, yet people are zoomed out. Another paradox. Because the organization, the world is changing very quickly. And I haven't talked much about change here, but it's sort of present here. And if we talk about the 4th Industrial Revolution, clearly lots of change, right? But at the same time, people are zoomed out. and they're tired and they can't sit in a session for all day. We've done hundreds of online learning sessions during this pandemic. And generally they don't go for more than 3 hours. 2 hours seems to be the spot. People are zoomed out, right? So it presents a paradox. We have to learn, but at the same time, people are zoomed out. So what do we do? All right. So I want to talk you through my model, but I have 2 confessions. Right, 2 confessions. Confession number 1, I did say, and if you look at the description of this session, it says 7 pillars, but I have 8. And I put the 7 pillars there, but I decided on 8, right? And I'll explain to you why in a short while. Secondly, while I was preparing for this, or while I was thinking and conceptualizing this presentation, and thinking about all that was going on around the world and looking for models, I realized I didn't need another model. I already have a model. It's the same model. But the model is so all-encompassing, it allows you to look at the entire organization and so seek to align the organization to the needs of the customer and the needs of the employee. So you've seen this model before if you've seen me present this before, but I'm now going to look at it through the lenses of the customer experience, the employee experience, and an organization that is seeking to create a culture around those. Yeah, let's go through those. So first things first, leaders. The leaders of the organization, and I'm talking about those at the top. And yeah, just in case you're wondering, I'm going to present a spin-off of this at the CEO's conference, because I think this is critical in terms of how organizations are designed and led. So the leaders at the top must embrace the paradox, set and reset strategies in line with the reality of today. And notice I said set and reset. So it's not one of those set it and forget it sort of strategy realities. We are working with one of our regulators developing their strategic plan, and we started that in January, early January. We should be done by the end of this month. And given where they are, I mean, we're looking at all the new technology that's coming down the pipeline, all these major changes, including cryptocurrency and all this stuff, because they're in the finance sector. And with the understanding that that strategy, as we help them build it out, is going to have to be reset in short time. So set and reset strategies place customer experience and employee experience at the core of the organization. Now, this might sound easy. This might sound sensible, but it's counterintuitive. We formally put the customer at the middle. We said the customer is king, and yes, they are. The customer is most important, and yes, they are. But we're also saying that in some ways, you really need to measure what is happening with your employees, what is the experience they need. So that has to be at the core. And then you need to make decisions for both. This is tough, both and. This is the paradox that is created. Make resources available. So Vonetta yesterday talked about that. Was it $500,000 more? Yes, I think it was $500,000 more. And she said it a few times such that I remember it. Leaders have to make resources available so that we can deploy what we need. Now, of course, we know there are limitations because we only have so much money. But in addition to resources, leaders also have to be willing to free people up, and I'll talk about that in a little while, to do the kinds of things in the ways that will allow the organization to create the kind of experience that both customers and employees need. And then, of course, the leaders have to lead by example. I like to say, if you're going, you need to be rowing. So if you're a leader and you're on this boat, I'm talking about from the top of the organization, that's your MD, your GM, your CEO, whomever. From there, all the way along, all levels of leadership, they also need to be on top. They need to be setting the example and leading by example. 1. 2, second pillar, vision and values. But not just to create a vision and values. People have those already. I'm talking about what and how should this organization be. We need to have the correct values. So for example, we value the employees' well-being. That value, not just in words. Now, when I say values, folks, I'm not just talking about what you put on the wall. I'm talking about what you live by. And to live by that, you need to operationalize it. But before I go there, that value needs to show up in how we make decisions about employees. The values need to be operationalized. Let me explain the concept of operationalization. Most values are constructs. So we say integrity, common value. You hear that in organizations all the time. Integrity is a construct. It doesn't really exist anywhere, but it exists because we say it exists. And if we wanted to measure integrity, we couldn't do so directly. Obviously, if you wanted to measure integrity, you would measure other things like, I don't know, honesty, telling the truth. You would measure accuracy. If someone says, on their expense bill, they went to a conference, as we'll be back in conference in person soon enough, they spent $100, then, that they're telling the truth. It actually matches back. Integrity, you operationalize the values. Most values are constructs. Constructs have to be operationalized if they are to really impact the organization. And I put it in red for a purpose. Too many organizations are writing values, putting them on walls, and they make no difference to the organization. Your hiring, your performance management, all that good stuff needs to show operationalization of your constructs. Be very wary of either or choices, binary choices. Instead, what you want are both and choices. And both and choices are difficult. Of course they are, because, well, they're opposites. How do we get both at the same time? I say, live with the problem. I like to say, sleep with the problem. Think it through. And I'll talk about this in a little while when I talk about empowerment. Go to the people who are involved in the problem and ask them. Usually those people can help us solve problems that are really, really difficult, right? So think both and, not binary. Stay focused on what's really, really important. Values and behavior, values and vision. Let's talk about hiring. I don't know how many of you are hiring people these days, but we know that the pandemic has created some realities as it relates to hiring. Oh, I'm getting some items in the chat. Some leaders micromanage to the point where employees become deflated and will work, but will refuse to become engaged and give feedback. Good point. In the modern organization, leaders have to learn to manage by objectives, outcomes, and truly manage performance. Too many leaders are managing appearance, and too many leaders want to stand over people's shoulder to make sure the world is ending. And more we need leaders and people. Don't put this only on the leaders, but also on the people who are willing to work in this way. And so when we are filling vacancies as they get created, because people resign, in the Caribbean, I know usually when, and Heidi was saying it before, you go to school and one of the things they tell you is get a job in Word or APUA, right? And it's true for many of our Caribbean territories. But people retire. That's a real thing. People leave jobs. And so we do get some vacancies. And when you get vacancies, I say be deliberate about filling them. Find employees who are aligned, who are able to work in the ways we want them to work, who can work with the operational nuances. For example, remote working. Who have the attitudes, the skills, and the knowledge that will best fit this environment, this culture, this time, these operations. Be deliberate about doing that. Too many organizations, when they recruit as if they're desperate. And I say attitudes, that's asked, by the way, attitudes, skill, knowledge. I know my HR people know that acronym cold, right? Attitude, skills, knowledge. Yes, we need the competencies. We need people to have certifications, although that is sort of dying out. It's not as big as it was. Oh, let me say this. One of the power companies in the region, one of the nicest pieces, one of the most interesting pieces of work I did last year was what was called a future skills projection. Gazing into the future, 5 years down the road, which was anchored in their strat plan. Gazing into the future and say, hey, what will we need very specifically in terms of employees? Attitude, skills, and knowledge. Future skills projection. Very, very interesting piece of work that we did, right? And if you want to know more about that, you can send me an email or catch me on social media. I'm on all the social media. Talk more about that in a while. So hire right. And right depends on what it is you're looking for. So that's 3. Let's go to 4. Training and orientation. So people are zoomed out. We know that, right? Let's start with the orientation though. I believe in some organizations, there's a requirement, a need to reorient people to this reality. Let me explain. A reality that says we are not going back necessarily to business as usual. Business as unusual is our usual. And what does that look like here? And what are the expectations here? And how will I support you in this regard? I believe there's a reorientation that needs to take place. That includes a focus on the values and the vision of the organization and the operationalization of it. Yeah. Be careful in overdoing these virtual sessions and these virtual meetings. Very careful. Keep them short. Invite the right people. Too many times we have the wrong people there. They have no contribution. The information is not useful to them, but they are present. And as a result, they are disconnected. I mean, they're connected, but they're disconnected. When you decide that you're going to have and you need to have virtual sessions for learning purposes, training purposes, I probably should say learning, but training, cater to the different learning styles. Use live getting involved things, right? Video still works. I did a session for an organization recently, and their culture is that everyone has their cameras off. It was the most odd thing. And so I was curious about it, and I asked them, how does this impact the engagement? Everyone's cameras off. Everyone is working remotely still, you know? And of course, over time, they sort of started to pick away at that, right? But the different ways of interacting and connecting and engaging, live polls, video still wins. Look at what's happening with TikTok. Great way to consume data and information, rather content, let me say it correctly. Right? TikTok is not just foolishness. There's a lot of good information on there, right? So use all of those kinds of ways. Virtual breakout rooms. We love this. We put people into breakout rooms, the virtual whiteboard, and they can get together and work and present, and just like if you're in a live session. I mean, they're not physically live and we do lose something, but we see that this helps when we're trying to get people to learn and grow, because you need that in today's world. Small groups, social collaborations, in between training session opportunities to connect and work on their own. Adults love this. At active learning, so we come to a learning session, we learn something, we go back to work wherever work is, whether it's remote or otherwise, we practice it, we do it, we come back, we talk about it, we look at where we succeeded, where we failed, we tune again and we go. That type of learning is really, really useful. Less of the, I will tell you, sit and listen kind of a thing. How have you changed your learning experience, your training development experience during this COVID period? Let me ask the question again and ask it more properly. How has your training, learning and development experience changed during the COVID-19 pandemic? Let me see what comes up of that. If there's been any change, while I grab a sip of water. Just waiting for something to come up in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, that's good. How has it changed? All right, so we're going to continue on. I'm sure people are typing now. That's usually how it goes. There's a little lag in there. All right, the next one, and I've hinted at this one because this is a favorite of mine, is to empower people. If you need to be in control of all your resources, including your human resources, it's going to be very difficult to lead the hybrid organization. It doesn't work because you can't see them all the time. And you have to trust that they will do what they do. But you don't just trust. You're going to measure. You're going to set proper performance targets, give them the resources, ensure that they have the resources and so on, and those kinds of things. So what do we do? In terms of empowerment, free people up to learn and to do. Free them to learn and to do. Too many times people go and learn, and the biggest complaint is, I can't use what I've learned in the organization. What's the point? Organizations spend a bunch of money on training and development, but then people are not free to use what they've learned in the organization. So free people to learn and to do. Trust the experts. Who are the experts? The people closest to the action. Who are the experts? The people closest to the action. So the leaders, executives, senior managers are often not the experts. This is not to say they don't have a role. You have a role. But you want to collaborate with those who know best. A finance organization, a regional finance organization that we did some work with 2020, 2021, pretty large project. One of the challenges they had is they rolled out a new platform for their customer interface and managing customer accounts and so on. And man, bugs is not the word that you want to use. You know, the difficulty that people were having, people were saying the old clunky system was so much easier. It produced so much more high quality information that now my customers, things are lagging behind. They spent millions to implement this. Here's the mistake. They didn't go to the users. The people who were actually going to use it, they did not go to them. So the consultation was IT, no offense to my IT friends. So IT, of course, in consultation with whomever the vendors are, and some executives were in there. And then some very senior managers who were not executives, but the operational people, those are the experts. Go to the people who are closest to the action. Involve people in strategy, in development of new systems, processes. Think both and. Think both and versus either or. So how can we deliver speed and quality, etc., while engaging and having balance and work-life balance? Those are the kinds of questions you have to wrestle with. But don't think one or the other, binary. Think both. Many of our senior HR, well, not HR, but managers, not necessarily HR, need to shed some of these, what I call ancient perspectives. They must be present to produce. I have to see them. My younger daughter, not the production manager, the other one, she has, she's doing an associate's degree and she'll be done next month. She's never been to the class because it all happened during COVID. And she says, I really don't want to go to a classroom anyway. So one of the requirements for finding a degree program, final year or two, whatever is required, has to be online, has to be virtual. And I have seen her cooking, kitchen, cooking, computer on, classes going on, and I'm like, what are you doing? She's in class, cooking. She's a pretty good cook, actually. And she can't hear me say this because she's a late sleeper. Well, should be up by now. All right. Okay. So these ancient perspectives that people can't produce unless they're present, those are old stories. That's not the reality of today. Shed those ancient perspectives. Free people up so that they can think and do and act differently because this is a different world. That's the fifth pillar in the model. 6, listen, not just to the voice of the customer, we know that, but listen to the voice of the employee. So best-in-class organizations, let's see what's coming up here. Right, someone is saying, Edison is saying, our team members with devices have been able to respond to customers' concerns after normal working hours. Yes, one of our organizations, that's a reality because people roll over and check their phones anyway. Now, whether we don't enforce that, but sometimes it just makes sense that you can just respond. Years ago, and I'm sure I spoke at a CARILEC conference about this. Years ago, I talked about entrepreneurship coming to the workplace. It's here because that's how entrepreneurs work, right? Listen to the voice of the customer, voice of the employee. Voice of the customer, we know. We've obsessively, well, hopefully organizations have gotten good at listening to what customers are saying, but you have to do it for the employees as well. And then make meaning of what they're telling you, make plans and take action based on that. Make decisions that benefit both and are aligned to both. And I know that is hard. I know that is hard because sometimes you're pulling two things that are difficult to come together. Not suggesting that this is easy, but I'm saying that it's possible, right? Think, how can we? So if I go back to my Cayman Islands example, not if we can go quickly and have compliance at the same time. How can we? Let me tell you what that does to your brain. It tells your brain that there's an answer. You say, how can we have speed and compliance existing at the same time? Therefore, you set it up in your brain as a possibility and not a paradox. Think in that way. It really helps in being able to identify solutions that work. So listen to both. The same way we are gathering customer information, HR people, gather your employee information and use that data, make meaning of it. How do you make meaning? What is what they said. So what? What does it mean? Now what? What do we do? That's where you plan and take action, right? So use that information to now look at plans and how do we do differently and how do we bend? By the way, let me say this. This thing that we have now, this reality on planet Earth, post-pandemic, and we're just getting to post, I mean, if you think about it, we're going to get to the endemic stage, I would say by June, July. I'm not a medical doctor at all, but all the indications tell us we're heading to endemic stage. Endemic, it's in the population. Many people are vaccinated. Those who aren't, many have been infected. They have antibodies going through their systems. We're able to live with this thing, essentially. That's what it says, right? This is not a set it and forget it reality and world, you know. We have other things that are coming down the pipeline. You see nothing yet in terms of technology and what's going to come. It's going to be amazing and frightening for some. So you have to keep listening to what the customers are saying and also keep listening to what your employees are saying. 2 more pillars here. Pillar 7. You know this one, map, manage, and measure the customer experience. And I'm saying the employee experience. So this is map, manage, and measure. That's the M3. And this is in chapter 9 of my book. Map, manage, and measure the customer experience. So reconsider the customer experience design. I could have done this entire talk about customer journey mapping and how you use it to redevelop your systems and your processes to make them more efficient so that you have less waste and the customers have a better experience because it's higher quality and it's faster. Reconsider that. And in the organizations that we've worked with, where we develop the journey maps and then we look at the processes and the systems. I am talking about the technological included, processes and systems. You know, and I've been asked, well, are you a tech person? I said, I don't need to be. I am in a way, but I don't need to be. I'm not an engineer. That's not my area. But what I know how to do is to get the people together and they have the answers. Talk to the experts. See, what you will find on this model is that everything is interrelated and nothing contradicts each other. That's how good models work, if I could say so myself. So what do post-pandemic customers need and want? We talked about that very early. What about the employee experience? What do they need and want? Where can technology increase the leverage? Right? So Cami yesterday was talking about all the things that they were doing in terms of social media. Perfect, good stuff. We need that, right? At CARILEC. Deploy artificial intelligence chatbots. Wherever you can use it, deploy AI. And by the way, whatever you think is great with AI today, you see nothing yet. What is already existing in laboratories, on people's computers, in servers, in these tech companies is amazing. You see nothing yet. Frightening for some, but amazing for others. I'm a student of human behavior, so I really want to see how what the world that we're creating. So deploy AI, redesign systems, facilities, etc., to deliver the experience outcomes, to deliver the desired outcomes, sorry. Let me add, both for the customer and the employee, not either or, but both and. And lastly, craft the culture. So this is pillar 8, craft the culture. This is a perfect time to redesign the organization. Perfect. I mean, perfect. People expect things to be different. We've just had a pandemic, first time in 100 years. No one alive has experienced that. I don't think. Yeah, I read somewhere there was someone who was 130 something years old somewhere in the world. But most people, 99.9999999% of the 8 billion people on planet Earth have not experienced a pandemic before. I suspect the ones who did can't remember it. Probably shouldn't say that. Is this thing being recorded? All right. But you get the point I'm making. The point I'm making is the reality is you want to have an organization that is different to the one that you had yesterday. This is a perfect time. And I mean yesterday pre-pandemic. So focus on operationalizing the values and drive that. I know I said it before under values, I'm saying it again, because when you think about culture, shouldn't the culture be aligned to the values of the organization? That's a rhetorical question, obviously. Talking about questions, you can start to put your questions in the chat that you'd like me to answer, if you have any, right? So focus on operationalizing those values and drive that. Reward the positive difference. Not just the behaviors that you say, okay, this is perfect and this fits. I'm talking about the people who are, dare I say, mavericks, who do things differently, who don't fit the stereotype and the mold of what we had 20 years ago or 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago, and are willing to be different, not in a destructive way, but they fit in terms of what we are trying to operationalize, that you want to reward that. And I go further, you want to build a nice campaign. Usually it's a political campaign, political in the sense that you want to put the message out. Here are these people who are behaving differently, but this is what we want. They think differently. Their minds are open to different ways of being. Don't let it wane. Keep the pressure up. Culture is alive, by the way, and it will fight you. People, At the early in the pandemic, I was thinking, I wonder if people will want to fight to get back to the way we were. And some of that we want. We want to be back together again in conference, which hopefully we will be, fingers and toes crossed, in 2023. But a lot of things are going to be different and we're going to keep it that way. So embrace that and value those differences. Yeah, we are here now. This future that we were talking about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, some of us were talking about. Price Pritchard talked about in his book 20 years ago. 21, I read it in 1998. So let's say 24 years ago. That future is here. The future is now. We've created that future. Organizations have some catching up to do, some alignment to do. Is it easy? Nope. But is it possible? Absolutely. Absolutely. And so that's what we want to look forward to. We want to look forward to creating an organization that will surf, not drive, because the road tends to be pretty stable, even if it's on an incline, but surf waves that continue to move. And that people can move in these ways. And people include customers, but they also include employees. As things change, as the environment shifts, as the sea moves in different directions, we are on it, but we stay stable. And that's possible. With all the leverage that is before us, that is possible. HR has a responsibility to bring the people with them, to be informed by the people. Corporate communications has a responsibility because this is true communication that we are able to hear what do our customers want, what do our employees want, and we can say to them, this is how we are responding. This is where things are. We realize we missed the boat here, but we're back on track now. We need the communications professionals to do that. It is through customer service, designing systems and processes to deliver what customers need, how they need them. These three disciplines couldn't be more apt in this reality that we are in today. And so the future that we've been talking about for over 10 years is before us. I can take a couple questions as we begin to wrap up. And while people are populating the questions, let me jump. Please connect with me if you haven't already on social media. So Richard Dick Solomon on LinkedIn, and I'm sure I'm connected to many, if not most of you on LinkedIn. So go ahead and send that out. Richard Solomon on Facebook and at Richard Solomon on Instagram. Not very active on there, but I do get posts on there, put posts on there from time to time. So you can populate that. And let's see if we can take a few questions. All right, let's see. Culture is something that takes a long time and very difficult to change. Daryl, you are totally correct. Let's talk about that. Or as I like to say, as Lisa likes to say at my office, let's unpack that. So let's unpack that. Culture. You are right. What is culture? Culture is values and behavior. So firstly, what does the organization value? What does the organization value? Well, who is this organization? Well, the organization is not a being somewhere out there. It's not the building. It's not the chairs. It's not the computer. It's not the laptop. It's not any of that stuff. What's the organization? It's the collective consciousness of the people. Let's hold that for a minute. Culture comes from values that are held by the collective conscious, and I'll add one, unconscious of the people, and then the behavior that they will put forward. So sometimes what we write on the wall is not the culture at all. It has nothing to do with the culture. If you want to know about the culture of an organization, look at how people behave. Because the behavior of the people is a more accurate representation, or if you want, demonstration of the culture than what we put on the wall. But Daryl is saying culture is something that takes a long time and is very difficult to change. Yes. So there are a few things. One, how do we change our culture? Well, there are some conditions that make culture easier to change. Changes that have taken place in the wider environment. So some shock that has impacted the organization. And that's why I said this is a great time to begin, because the shocks have impacted the organization in terms of COVID-19. Younger and smaller organizations also are easier to shift the culture. So younger and smaller organizations, right? Organizations where leaders, founders, sort of leaders who've been around for a long time, organizations will take the cue from the leaders. That's why I said The leaders have to be involved in setting the direction and leading by example. Yeah. So you're right about that, but we absolutely know that culture can be changed. In my book, and I know many of you have it, there is a whole chapter on culture and culture change. We talk about the anatomy of culture and how it can be shifted. And I'll tell you this, don't approach culture change as if it's something that, it's this big boogeyman. No, actually what it is it's adjusting behaviors over time, and a lot of behaviors. And while we don't have the space here in this session to talk about it, I have seen organizations make adjustments to how the very anatomy, the DNA of the organization is, based on what we say we want, how the leaders behave, the kind of decisions that we make, and what we reward. This is important. I'll give you a quick one. Many years ago, I remember speaking at a CTO conference, Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization. It was held here in Trinidad. We've been members for a long time now. We've done work for their other members in all over Africa and so on. And I remember at that conference, I was talking about organizations that become complicit to poor performance. Leaders also become complicit. We say we want high performance, but we reward poor performance. I might say, well, Richard, no organization in its right mind rewards poor performance. Many do. How? Well, if I'm a poor performer, in other words, I'm not delivering what I'm supposed to, despite training and all the other pieces that the organization has done. So it rests with me in some way, right? I'm a poor performer, but the organization continues to treat me the same way as if I were a great performer. You are actually rewarding poor performance. Maybe unbeknownst to yourself, unintentionally, but that's what you're doing, right? So you have to reward the right behaviors. All right, let's see what's coming up. Roseanne asked, what is the best and easiest to use live polls tool? If you're using Zoom, live polls are built into Zoom. So if you go on the back end, you can easily create a live poll and launch it at any point, and people can see live updates showing what people voted. So Zoom is good for that. I don't know about Teams, to be quite honest. I'm not a fan of Microsoft Teams. I find it very clunky. And so generally, I don't use it for training or developmental sessions. So I can't tell you about that. But we use Zoom and the live polls, and Zoom has gotten better. Now, I know for those who may have a concern, some years ago, this may have been 2019 or early 2020, Zoom had a cyber attack. And as a result of that, some organizations, out of an abundance of caution, shifted to Teams. Plus, many people are using 365, and Teams is built into that. So I hear that, but I use polls in Zoom and live polls in Zoom, and they work really, really well. I have not had any major challenges with using them. All right, nothing else in the chat. For now, we do have a couple more minutes, so I'm going to start a wrap up and hand over to Alana, but before I do, let me just say this. So I know there are a lot of things that I covered in here, and I, in my mind, and hopefully I did it in practice, I pulled together these 3 disciplines and connected them to what's happening in the world around us: artificial intelligence and technology, and the customer and the employee. If you want your organization to be different, HR people, let me speak to you for a minute, because HR should lead the organization. I've been saying it for almost 2 decades, and we're seeing it happening more, right? HR people, you design the organization. You have a critical responsibility to design the organization the way it needs to be. The way it needs to be is to be able to deliver, not just to the customer. Yes, do that. But while it's doing that, also deliver to the employees. Because I'll tell you, yes, if we don't have customers, we don't have an organization. But guess what? If we don't have employees, we don't have an organization either. Alana, I'm going to hand back over to you.
Thank you so much, Richard. What a great way to end your presentation. Always so powerful. Thank you so much. Such an impactful presentation, and you touched on so many aspects outside of customer service as well. So I hope the audience was impacted as much as I was impacted. Thank you so much. If you appreciated all that Richard shared through his presentation, just send some emojis in the chat right now. Thank you again, Richard. It's always nice to see you again, and we hope to see you in person in 2023 and of course in May 2022 at the CEOs and Leadership Conference.
Tickets
Thank you so
already
much.
bought. Airline tickets already bought.
Okay, so I look forward to seeing you there.
Yes.
Okay, attendees, thank you
Thank
so much for sticking with us through this morning. Of course, we will be sharing Richard's presentation and of course the recording to the session. So if you'd like to just revisit it, if you missed out on anything, if you had to take a short phone call, but do enjoy lunch. We'll be back here at 1 p.m. To continue the rest of our events before we culminate in a speed networking session, which would be very exciting, where you could all meet each other and have further discussions. And of course, connect with some of the attendees that presented, the speakers that presented earlier on and yesterday, if you would like to ask any more questions. So see you back here at 1 p.m. Do enjoy the session, your lunch, and do stretch your legs, hydrate, and of course, meet us back here at 1. Enjoy your lunch.
Hi, good afternoon to our attendees and our panelists. We trust that you had a great lunch. You got some time to reply to your emails, relax a bit, enjoy your lunch meal, and now you're back here with us for our afternoon session of day 2 of our Human Resources, Corporate Communications and Customer Service Conference. So this afternoon, we will be entering block 3 of our conference, and we will start off with session number 8, which will be on overcoming the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and the last Soufriere volcanic eruption. And this presentation will be by the communications officer from VINLEC, Tamara Jobsprout. To moderate this session will be Corporate Communications Officer from LUCILEC, Ms. Cami Joseph, who yesterday delivered a very powerful presentation on using social media as a communications tool. So Cami, wonderful to have you back with us for day 2. And I look forward to the presentation from Tamara. So Cami, I hand over the stage to you so that you can welcome on Tamara. Thank you.
Karen. And welcome back. I hope everybody had a very good lunch. Tamara, I like to call her the Vinci Queen. But before I get into all that, let me just read her bio so we all have an idea of who she is and what she'll be presenting today. Tamara Jobsprout is the Communications Officer at St. Vincent Electricity Services Limited, VINLEC. She has 26 years of experience in communications and 16 years of experience in media management. She is responsible for managing, planning, and coordinating all internal and external communications and public relations functions. She develops promotional material for distribution to the public, social media management, and assists with the planning and execution of all company events, among other things. She is a confident communicator and a natural organizer with exceptional leadership skills and a demonstrated ability to multitask. She holds a Master of Science in Project Management from the University of International Corporation, a Bachelor of Arts degree in Media and Communication, and a Diploma in Mass Communication from the University of the West Indies. She also holds a Certificate in Leadership and Management, City and Guilds of London, and will present today on the topic, overcoming the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and the last Soufriere volcanic eruption. Please, CARILEC, make Tamara Jobsprout feel welcome. Hi, Tamara.
Good afternoon, Cami. How are you?
I'm very good. You ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay.
So I just want to use the opportunity, first of all, to say thanks to CARILEC for offering us at VINLEC the opportunity to make this presentation. As you know, the COVID-19 pandemic started in St. Vincent. Of course, our first case was announced in March of 2020. And later that year, we had an announcement of an effusive eruption of our last Soufriere volcano. So I want to take you through our experience, the challenges we faced, and just let you know how we were able to overcome those things. So I'm going to share my screen. I am trying to do that. You share? Okay. Can you see?
We can see Tamara, yes.
Okay, so let's go. So it's overcoming the challenges of the COVID-19 eruption and the last COVID-19 pandemic and the last volcanic eruption. I'll just walk you through our company. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, electricity was introduced in 1931, but St. Vincent Electricity Services Limited as a company was formed in November of 1961, and we are state-owned. You can see we are licensed to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity. We have 47,804 as a customer base. And very important, we have 9 locations. We're a unique situation in that we have a chain of islands. So we have 9 power stations, and we also have an engineering complex and a corporate headquarters. Our staff count 309 as of February. And if you note, I have HR and you see CC in the brackets. That's because corporate communications is a part of the HR department, and customer service, our count at 52. So I'm going to talk about these things separately. In March of 2020, when the announcement came in St. Vincent and the Grenadines that COVID-19, we had our first reported case, the initial response from the company came just about mid-March, and we needed to respond to our people because we recognized immediately that there are going to be some challenges. So what we did as a company for our customers, there was a moratorium on disconnection of electricity service for customers whose accounts were in arrears more than 60 days. We had a 15% discount on our basic energy charge on all accounts for April, May, and June. We announced no VAT, and our VAT is 16% on electricity bills, so over 150 kilowatt hours. So there was no VAT for April, May, and June of 2020, and we had a waiver of the reconnection fees. Now, HR also immediately responded because we were following the international patterns, what was happening, how can we respond to help our staff to get through these challenging times. So we started creating safety messages for staff based, of course, on the international and local protocols and recommendations. We had staff rotation for some departments. We had staff training. This was very important for us, what we did. We trained a section of our facilities unit to sanitize the areas, and equipment and solutions and so on are purchased. And these staff were trained by the Ministry of Health, so it was professional training. And what happened is once there's confirmation, the areas are sanitized immediately once we get confirmation of a positive case. Of course, the usual sanitation sinks and so on, dispensers at all locations. At the corporate headquarters, again, very important. We used to enter through the regular area with customers, and so we designated a separate entrance point, an exit point for our staff. We retrofitted office spaces, workstations, and as I noted, we have these different locations, and we had to make a tough decision to reduce site visits and in-person meetings. The site visits were only in emergency cases. So our first known case at VINLEC came in December of 2020, and in the immediate stages, what we saw in the HR department was a lot of absenteeism. That's because the protocols were not so established as to how many days a person would be off. So sometimes you find that somebody's off 14 days, should be 14 days, and then you see it moving into 21 days. And then there was also the case where people were quarantined for extensive periods and so on. So we saw a lot of absenteeism in the initial stages. We also had some cases where there was panic when persons were tested positive because the disease was new and we weren't sure what was happening. So there was some panic. There was a physical disconnect for sure because we were no longer reaching out to the outstations, and we had some mask wearing challenges. Persons were reluctant to wear masks, so that was a bit of a challenge for HR. So far, we've had 38 recorded positive tests, and we've tracked work hours lost because it is a corporate indicator. So between December 2020 and February 2022, we've tracked 11,552 work hours lost. So how did COVID-19 impact customer services departments? There was immediately as well the decision to do physical distances. So we had to put the markers, there were sanitation sinks and dispensers for customers, regular sanitizing of customer service spaces, encouragement of online payments and kiosk payments, payment plans and so on were encouraged. There was a difference at VINLEC compared to some other utilities in that our country was never shut down. We had no curfews or anything. So people were not really forced to use online as an option, or the kiosk. So we still saw a lot of persons coming into the office to make payment, but the physical distancing certainly helped. But we did see an improvement in the number of persons who were making payments online. It impacted the collection of electricity bills, monies for electricity bills, the COVID-19. First of all, because some customers were simply unable to make payments. And secondly, some customers just stopped making payments because we announced the moratorium, some persons just stopped making the payments. It didn't really make it any better for them because the bills were still there. We had some long transaction lines, again, because of staff shortage. And then as a result of that, we had some frustration at the customer level because we are known to have the fastest moving lines in our capital as a business institution, and people were not used to having to wait so long. So there was some frustration on the customer end. And as it relates to cost, for those 3 months, it was about $185,000 US that we had to absorb in costs. We decided how we addressed it in terms of the public. We addressed it on a global and national level. So we told the public what was happening globally and how we are addressing it nationally. We spoke about BINLEC's response. We also communicated with staff, as I noted before, and we utilized all channels. So if you see on the left, there is a letter that was published on social media and the newspapers and so on, outlining their customers. So customers, we spoke about health and safety, customer service payments, how you can contact us. We did a lot of internal promotion, as I noted. So we had flyers going out via WhatsApp. We had them posted on our notice boards, and I'm just giving a sample of what we used. And so we were into the pandemic. We got to December, and in December, after 40 years of low activity, the Soufriere volcano began what was called an effusive eruption. And on December 29th, our government announced that the alert level was elevated to orange, which means there was increased activity. So there we are, just a few months into dealing with the pandemic, and now we have to deal with Soufriere. And the scientists said to us as a nation, it is not if, but when. And if you notice there's a picture of the crater. There was the original dome that was formed in 1979, and that black area is the dome that began growing in 2020. So as a company, we heard not if, but when. And so we needed to start to prepare to deal with the Soufriere volcanic eruption. We communicated internally with our staff, and the National Emergency Management Organization, which is NEMO, sent daily updates. We didn't send them daily, but when we recognized that things were changing, we utilized emails, Facebook, utilized our WhatsApp. We have a WhatsApp group internally. So we would send WhatsApp messages to our staff, but when we send messages to our staff, it's usually messages that are very important because we want them to respond. We never use WhatsApp to do things like positive chats and so on, and group, just general. You see, sometimes you have a WhatsApp group and there are things that come in there. So when we use a WhatsApp chat and our people see a message, it's very important. That was critical for us. Then the HR department decided that we have to collect information. There was a zoning as it came to Soufriere. There was the red zone, the orange zone, the green zone, and another zone. There are 4 zones, but you'll see that shortly. And so the red zone is what was considered the danger zone. We had to collect information on employees who live in that zone because we have a power station that's located close to the zone, but employees who actually reside in the red zone. So we collected that information. We got information on where would you be located, your contact information, the contact information where you would be located as well, so we can reach out to you. There were department meetings, and as I said, distribution of information on what is required of staff in the event of an eruption. So how should staff members contact the company to report his or her status? What channels will the company use to communicate with staff? Very importantly, what are the operating procedures during explosive volcanic eruption? Now, we usually give this information to the public, but we thought it necessary to let staff know as well what are VINLEC's operational protocol procedures when there's an explosive eruption. We also activated our emergency center. We started to prepare because we recognized that at some point we'll have to activate. So that active preparation started in that case. And so we also had to reach out to the public because, again, we followed the information from NEMO. Our CEO is part of the disaster committee, the National Disaster Committee. So he kept us updated on what was happening. And so we followed through. We had to send notices to the public, stock up non-perishables, lanterns. We don't know what will happen. We don't know how long, if there is an outage and so on. There were specific messages sent to persons who would be evacuated. So for example, a very important message was to turn off all of your appliances when you're leaving your home, unless there is something that has to do with security, because we understand you want to secure your property. That was a very, very important message to share because we weren't sure how soon people would return to those areas. So we said, please turn off all appliances. So on April 8th of 2021, we had an announcement from the government that the red zone areas will be evacuated, which meant that things were just going to happen soon. And once we got that announcement, we then moved to stocking our emergency kits at our power stations. So HR got busy, things were already purchased, so it was just a matter of physically taking these things. Keep in mind that all of this is being done in the height of the pandemic. And so we got the things to the different power stations, HR reached out and so on, just to make sure that people were fine. On the actual day, if you look on the pictures on the bottom, that's our corporate headquarters. That was the second eruption on the day. And some persons were still at work, so were in the yard looking on. On the right, that's a picture of the eruption from our corporate headquarters in Kingstown. So you see people observing, wondering what's next. And then and there, we were sent home. When the eruption happened on the morning of the 9th, we were told that there's really no need to go home at this time because nothing much is happening. All of the ash went up into the air, but by late evening, there was ash fall and a lot of it. So we were safe for the time being. Immediately after the eruption, on April 10th, there was the first island-wide outage. And it created a lot of panic because on that Saturday morning, when we woke up, all across St. Vincent and the Grenadines, there was ash fall all over. And by evening, there was an island-wide outage. There was so much confusion. I don't think the public, not that I don't think, the public was not upset because they understood what was happening around them. I just think it because it was in the night, people were a little bit afraid because of the uncertainty. But however, the persons at work started to restore the areas in phases. And we took a conscious decision to leave out areas in what is called the red zone, and specifically an area beyond the place we call the Rabica Dry River. That's about 25,000 customers. And there are some other customers in what was called the orange zone that was out for about 2 weeks, about 1,000 customers. The impacts of the eruption on the network, we still had generally good condition. I think the biggest concern was the ash fall. So I'm taking you now to a photo of what was called the hazard map. If you look at the top, that's the area that's called the red zone. So on the right-hand side from Georgetown all the way up to Fancy, that's the area we kept out because that's, if you can see the Soufriere in the middle, those are the areas that received the largest amount of ash fall and greatest damage. Houses collapsed. It was quite chaotic in those areas. And because meters were damaged, homes were damaged, it was quite unsafe for us to return electricity to that area. In addition to that, persons were evacuated and it was considered an unsafe zone. And if you look to the left, you will see in the orange area, our Richmond power station, which is in the orange zone, and the other power stations across the country. So the Richmond power station was the one that was most severely impacted, and that was shut down on the day of the 8th of April. So take a look at what our Richmond power station looked like after the volcanic eruption. Ashfall covered just about everything, and those areas were evacuated, although they were in the orange zone. So what happened is that our station supervisor, because the roads were really bad, we weren't able to visit, but the company was in touch, the management was in touch, HR was in touch, and we decided we needed to reach out. So the CEO reached out to the National Emergency Management Organization and was granted special permission to go into the area to visit, because the management thought that we really needed to be on the ground to offer some support to those members of staff at that station who basically were cut off from the rest of us. So we were granted permission to enter, and we had to use a catamaran, and the instructions were, you are to go in, we are in touch with you, and be prepared to move out at any time. But that was a very, very critical decision to make on the company's behalf, because we really needed to show that we were supportive and we understood what was happening in those areas. So if you take a look, you see what's happening there. And at the bottom right, that's 3 members of the HR staff, myself, the executive assistant, and the manager of human resources and administration. And that's how we had to get dressed to move into those areas with water boots and all. So that's just a quick look at our power station. We had to respond immediately, of course. We followed up with members of staff who did not report to duty. We offered gift baskets to staff who were evacuated, and we offered gift baskets to persons in many shelters across the country. Again, a very strategic plan by HR and corporate communications. What we did in this instance was we did a need assessment. We didn't just offer things just off the top of our heads, because there was a recognition that in instances of natural disaster, sometimes you flood people with things that they don't need. So we got on the ground and we visited these shelters before. It took us 2 days. Got back to the office 8 o'clock at night. And then next day we started to place orders. We got requests for simple things that perhaps if we had not visited the shelters, we wouldn't know. Children needed toys, babies needed bottles, because when they evacuated, they were told to walk with 3 days supplies, but the conditions were worse and some persons were not able to return home to get things. So the simple things that mattered, that perhaps, as I said, we would not have known about, we were able to offer. Children wanted toys, books, slippers, water, toiletries, you name it. And once we purchased these things, we had what we call the production line. So we moved from one section of our corporate headquarters, we were lined off, and we were packaging things and ready to go. I think this perhaps for many of us was a very, very humbling experience. And we were very grateful that we were able to offer this assistance to those in need. I'm going to share with you just a short video of how things went. Okay, so that was our visit to, I'm going to go back, visit to the different shelters. The challenges as it relates customer service. So again, ashfall, so there was disruption to meter reading, excessive billing days, estimated billing for some customers, the number of billing in some areas over the April-May period, estimated as well. There was some customer confusion with messaging as it related to meter reading and billing. So I'll expand on that. That turned out to be one of our greatest communication disasters. So we went ahead and crafted a message saying that our customers, some customers will see extensive billing days and so on and so forth because of meter reading challenges. The issue was that our meter readers did not go out to read meters, but we didn't say that. I think the decision then was that we didn't want to appear as though we're throwing the meter readers under the bus, and so we made a general statement. For some persons, they interpreted as something was wrong with the meters. VINLEC meters were not working, and they were thinking things were just going to go crazy with their billing. It became really confusing to the point that we had to have a press conference to address that issue. So I think we were able to learn some lessons from that. Eventually it worked out and persons understood what happened and what was going to happen in relation to billing and so on. The final point is that, again, those persons north of what we call the Rabica Dry River had suspended billing for the period April to August 2021. Again, about 2,500 customers. Why the billing was suspended? Because persons were not in those areas for the most part. There were some persons returned even though they were not supposed to. We re-energized the clinics, the police stations, and so on. And there were 1 or 2 persons who were getting some power. So we had to suspend the billing for that period. So there were persons in that period who would have consumed electricity, but we could not bill them because they were not supposed to be in the area in the first place. And I think it was, company decided it was the right thing to do. Again, this is what we call north of the Rabica Dry River, an area called Sandy Bay. And our first move in to restore the red zone came at about the 23rd of April, and complete restoration in that area perhaps at the end of August of 2022. Did it stop? Sorry. The technical recovery cost was not very expensive for us. It was about 15,000 US dollars, but there was a lot of financial support in the amount of 1.4 million US dollars offered to customers in 2021 as a result of La Soufriere. That's 10% discount on energy charge for the months March to August. And there was some electricity debt relief for the red zone area in the amount of 251,000 US dollars. And then not such a major challenge, but again, we were hit by Hurricane Elsa in July of 2021 as well. Minimal damage. We had some outages across the country, but we were able to restore at the end of the day. The same follow-up with staff, checking with employees, and usually it's the responsibility of HR to follow up with those people who are doing restoration work, ensure they have meals and water and all that's needed to get the job done. Just a quick look at sales and revenue for 2018 to 2021, because we want to make that connection with customer services. If you note, sales just in between 2019 and 2021, similar figures, but you note that on the right-hand side, the revenue for 2020 to 2021 compared to the two previous years, there was some decrease, and that's because in part, the collection of monies was not as it was in the previous years. So in the midst of all of that, so many things were happening at VINLEC. In November of 2021, we were to celebrate, well, it was the 60th anniversary of the company. Let me not say we were to celebrate. The company took a decision that in light of all that had happened, it was necessary to celebrate. There was a reason for us to celebrate. And so we embarked on a journey to celebrate our anniversary. Just to note that jingle was produced by one of our meter readers, and we were so proud of his work. We were looking for somebody to do that jingle, and then we remembered we had an artist on board, and we utilized his talent, and he really did an exceptional job for us. So the 60th anniversary celebrations, we did not do in the usual big way, but we celebrated our employees, very, very important. We had our long service ceremony. We had a celebration of employees who are 30+ years. If you look at the bottom right, every week for August to December, we sent these things via social media and internally, so that persons could see the people who have been working with us for 30+ years. We had some customer appreciation. We had what was called Diamond Acts, where we donated to children who remained in shelters all into September. We donated to Cuba's fight against COVID-19, to families, to schools, etc. And we also had a very exceptional project where the company put up a very large Christmas tree in an open space area. And it was a beautiful sight to behold. A number of many families visited the tree at night. It was a great photo op. We went to the Christmas tree on a few nights. We had giveaways of popcorn and ice cream and drink, and had live band just to get people into a lighter mood after what had transpired for us over the past 2 years. And it was a most welcomed activity. So where are we now? Our online transactions promoted and encouraged. The COVID-19 protocols are still in place. 63% of our staff fully vaccinated. For those who are unvaccinated, there's testing twice monthly. As it relates to La Soufriere, just last week, the alert level was lowered to green. So we are where we were in 2019. All areas of the country have access to electricity supply, and all of our departments, and let's speak specifically to customer service and HR, are fully functional. How were we able to overcome these challenges of La Soufriere? I would say we have a strong workforce. We have workers who have exceptional work ethics. We have exceptional leadership. And overall, we have good people. So what's next for us at VINLEC? In terms of HR, we currently have a job evaluation and compensation exercise that's taking place, and we expect the results shortly. Customer service PR focus is on e-billing, so effective the 1st of May 2022, all of our customers will receive e-bills via email specifically, and our overall company focus is to deliver service of best quality and value to all stakeholders. And after all that we've been through, I think I just want to leave with just a line from our national anthem: whatever the future holds, our faith will see us through. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. That was very comprehensive. To think that one person is working in HR, so you're doing HR, corporate communications, and customer service in one report. I know we went a little bit over, but I think because you were wearing 3 hats, even if it's 35 minutes, we're going to allow it today, right? I'm happy that you spoke about compensation for staff, because that was one of the questions that I wanted to ask, actually. I know that one of the people, Mrs. Jennifer Flood George, who is our customer service manager, also really wanted to hear the jingle. So hopefully you can send that out and we could hear it after, before the end of the conference or after that. But in terms of, because you mentioned your team coming up to visit the workers in one of the red zones where they were affected. But what was done? I know that you said that compensation and job evaluation is going to be happening now. But in terms of taking care of your internal customers, because you mentioned going out and touching base with the people who were in the shelters to know what they wanted and needed, which is so good. You can't really serve people until you actually touch base and hit the ground. But what was done for your staff who had been affected, whether they ones who were working there or who had family there? What did VINLEC do to take care of their team members at that time?
Okay, so for our staff members who in the orange and green zones, our staff members were safe. Not a lot, except for ashfall. And for those who were evacuated, we gave them gift baskets, just the same as we gave to the persons in the shelters. In fact, they had healthier gift baskets than
I would
the other
imagine.
persons. So that's what we did for that staff. I did not mention, and I should have, my apologies, very important, received support from our sister utilities. So received support from Domlec, we received support from Grenlec, we received support from St. Martin, and we were very, very appreciative. They donated water and food stuff. Another thing too, our water supply was really severely affected. So once persons returned to work for a very extended period, we provided bottled water for our employees. So that's another thing that we offered some assistance.
We really are pressed for time, but there is a question in the chat from Michelin. She's saying, what percentage of your areas are underground, or is everything that you have in terms of your electrical infrastructure overhead?
So we just have a section, the capital city, Kingstown. That section is underground. Everything else is overhead.
Okay. So Tamara, Job, Sprott, thank you so much. And thank you, and give our regards to the VINLEC team. This has not been the easiest thing. And by the way, Tamara has been going to work every single day. She's not gotten to work from home yet. So with that alone, we should applaud her. And I'm sure that if they were listening, they'll be very proud of you for wearing so many hats. Customer service, HR, and corporate communications delivered in under 1 hour for 2-3 disasters and a really good celebration. I wish I was there for the free popcorn and ice cream, but I'm sure you guys had a really good time. Tamara, thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity. We're grateful.
And tell St. Vincent VINLEC we said hello. Okay, so we are now going to move ahead to our next presentation. It is from Allison. Oh, people are still giving Tamara her praise in the chat. That's really nice. So the next presentation, like I said, is going to be from Allison, because we are now going to look at the very real issue of metrics and tracking our company mentions and how those mentions get to be part of our overall strategy for actually doing our work. Allison Dimas is the founder and Chief Executive Officer of Media Insight Limited. She is an entrepreneur and attorney at law and has over 15 years experience monitoring media content, including pioneering the digital tracking of music on radio and pre-recorded broadcast spots in the English-speaking Caribbean. Over the past 10 years, her focus has been on monitoring, measuring, and analyzing Caribbean media content, including advertisements, news, public relations campaigns, digital marketing campaigns, and social media conversations. She is the current chair of the NOVA Committee of the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce. She's committed to regional integration, and her vision is for Media Insight to become the global leader in real-time tracking, measuring, and analysis of Caribbean media content. Her presentation today is on data analytics to improve media perception and customer satisfaction. Allison, are you on right now, and can you join us?
Yes, good afternoon, Kami.
How are you? How is Trinidad, dear lady, today?
Yes, Trinidad is fine. Bright sunshine today.
Yes, yes, I can see that.
We've been having some rain, but not today.
Good. Okay, so Allison is ready to go. It's 1:50, so Allison, take it away.
All right. Sorry, can you see my screen?
Well, you on screen now. We were seeing it a while ago. Okay, now we can see it.
All right, you see my presentation on screen?
Yes, we can.
All right.
Okay, so you ready? Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not seeing my presentation.
You are actually back on screen now. The presentation is gone.
All right, let's see. What about now?
Yes.
All right, great.
I think you may have to just start the slideshow.
Yeah, thing is, when I do that, I have to shift the, oh boy, hold on. I need to shift my screen because the share screen is coming up.
Okay.
Right.
Stop sharing for a second.
Okay.
Right. How is that?
There we go. Okay.
Great, great. So good afternoon, everyone, and it's good to be here once again at CARILEC's HRCC CSS for 2022. And today, my presentation is going to focus on data analytics to improve media perception and customer satisfaction. And let me make an immediate disclaimer. I am not a data analyst. So I'm going to be looking at this topic through the lens of media monitoring. So we're all familiar with the saying, perception is reality. And for those of you who are in the business of providing utilities, including electricity, you would know that regardless of the facts, there's a common, perhaps misconception that electrical utility companies, frequent power outages, poor customer service. And even though, as we saw just now in the presentation from VINLEC, that's not the case, and how certainly in these times, a lot is being done to improve the perception of customers and the media. It's still a lot of hard work to do that. So therefore, media monitoring is critical in order to be able to assess how your organization has been portrayed in the media, how your messages are received, and how industry trends are presented. These provide invaluable insights into your communication strategy. And I know that Kami would have done an excellent presentation yesterday in terms of looking at social media and effective use of social media for communication strategy. But as we know, for us, especially for us in the Caribbean, customers and consumers, the population at large, we use social media to really vent our frustrations, our anger in relation to, in this particular context, utility companies. So we've really got to keep on the ball to be able to respond in real time and help to shape what should be the correct perception based on facts. So as I said, I'm looking at this through the lens of media monitoring, and how we at Media Insight define media monitoring is the process of tracking and measuring what news media as well as consumers are saying about your brand or your organization. That's it in simple terms. Right. Now, it's also critical, notwithstanding the rise in popularity of social media, for us to continue monitoring traditional media. And gone are the days where we had to literally clip out newspaper articles, because now with digital technology, we can provide digitized copies, OCR processes. And what we at Media Insight do is actually we take offline content and we digitize it, combine it with digital and social to provide a 360 holistic view of all media types, right? We know certainly the popularity in our regions of radio call-in programs. And I see that Nicole Scanterbury from Barbados Light and Power is in this webinar, and she can tell you Light and Power is constantly being bashed on Down to Brass Tacks, which is a very popular call-in radio program in Barbados. And then in terms of television, again, we have newscasts as well as public affairs shows, where various corporate executives would be interviewed and so on. And then we come to social media, the focus group that never goes home. Comments are always being made in real time across all social media channels. One of the advantages and benefits of social listening in terms of, analyzing media is that each channel comes with its own inbuilt matrix and analytics, which is great. So what is necessary is, in addition to these matrix from social media, to combine that as well with traditional media. And we've come to talk about not social media monitoring, but social listening. In other words, it's not sufficient just to be able to track who's saying what, but to really, have that extra pair of eyes and ears to be able to determine what is the forest from the trees, to see the big picture and to be able to really dig deep to get insights. So when we are talking about data analytics in the context of media monitoring, there are a number of metrics or measurements or analytics that are really useful in terms of crafting communications, effective communication strategies, and also for improving customer service. And what I'm going to show you are actual examples from electrical utility companies. I'm looking at 2 in Trinidad and Tobago and 1 in the Bahamas. And we can use these lenses to be able to track, what are the volume of mentions? How aware are the media and consumers about your organization? What are the trends? What is the reach of your potential audience? Is your audience engaged, especially when we're talking about social and online channels? We can also do sentimental analysis. What is the tone of the conversations? Is it positive? Is it negative? Or is it the journalistic neutral? Who are the influencers? Who are promoting as well as detracting, in terms of mention of your organizations? As communications professionals, it's also important to note who are your audience and how can we analyze and determine that you are able to craft your messages to meet your target audience. And also share of voices is important, because as we are growing from fossil fuels and where renewable energy is gaining increasing importance, I think that it's important that utility companies have to pay close attention to emerging businesses that are providing renewable energy. Right. So I'm going to start in the first instance looking at PowerGen, right? The power generation company of Trinidad and Tobago. And what happened is August last year, PowerGen actually decommissioned 4 electricity stacks at a particular location in Port of Spain. And the significance of these stacks is that they are of great sentimental and nostalgic value, in that they were a prominent feature in the landscape of Port of Spain, especially when you're coming from the east and coming into Port of Spain, heading towards the west. Right? PowerGen had anticipated that there would have been a lot of negative response. The trade unions would have been upset about the decommissioning of the plant, and the general public, it was anticipated that there would have been a feeling of sadness. So what PowerGen really did, and this was quite clever in terms of communication strategy, is they decided to highlight not just the decommissioning of the plant, but they actually mounted a very effective lighting up of the 4 stacks. So in mid-August, over a weekend, we are able to measure, right, what was the volume and the number of mentions of this particular event, this particular initiative. Okay. And again, the great thing when you are looking at metrics is that you can compare your performance with prior periods. So in this case, we see that, not surprisingly, there was almost a 50% increase in mentions of PowerGen, 310 in all. And these 310 mentions generated extremely high levels of engagement, 3,600. And what I mean by engagement is that these are points of interaction. So for example, these are people who on social channels would either like, comment, share, in the case of Twitter, retweet, whatever the mentions. Also important to note, where are these conversations happening, across which media types? And you might be surprised to see the majority coming from Twitter. And that's because Twitter has what is called an open fire hose, in that any media monitoring company can pick up all tweets once it mentions the keywords. Whereas, even though we know safely in our region in the Caribbean that Facebook and Instagram are far more popular in terms of social channels, Facebook, Meta I should say, has very strict privacy policies. So we are only able to track mentions on business pages, for example, right? Again, as I mentioned before, in our part of the world, radio is still important in terms of news and call-in programs. As we see here, Facebook, online news, print, television, blogs, Instagram, YouTube, as well as LinkedIn. Right? So basically, the farewell to these stacks were mentioned across a wide variety of media types. Right. So these are what the stacks looked like before they were pulled down. It's also important to be able to note, so what are the themes of the conversations, so that you can, again, target specific media with what your key message is. So it's no surprise that we would see the bigger the circle, it means the more frequently these keywords were mentioned. So no surprise that PowerGen was mentioned quite a lot. We also see stacks, and we see port for Port of Spain. We see light and so on. Right. Another important metrics for, again, measuring your communications output is what are the trends over a period of time. And here we are looking at not only the trends, but also particularly in the context of the sentiment. So not surprisingly, this was the weekend over the 15th and 16th of August when we had the lighting show, that we see there were positive mentions, and overall it was neutral with very little negative mentions. So clearly this was a successful outcome in terms of how the media and the perception of PowerGen and saying, farewell, lighten up of the stacks. So PowerGen was able to convert what might have been, negative sentiment and feedback. They were able to neutralize it, as we see here. All right. So in the case of PowerGen, as I mentioned, that was a planned event. But as you all would well know, there are instances where we have no control. And what happened in February in Trinidad, that there was a unplanned, unscheduled power outage that affected the entire island of Trinidad. Tobago was spared. And so this is where we can, again, use the metrics from media monitoring to see how effectively we respond to crises, to follow the crises, and to turn, hopefully, the negatives, either to neutralize them or actually turn them into positive mentions. So what was also significant about this power outage is that it occurred at 1 p.m. on a Wednesday, right? So midweek. So that meant that businesses closed early as a result of people leaving their businesses and offices and schools as well. There was massive traffic jams. Of course, it also meant that the traffic lights weren't working. Businesses lost significant revenue. Small businesses in particular, those who are in the business of selling perishable items, well, everything was lost. Freezers, stopped working, and so on. So it really, really had a massive impact. And the power outage lasted about approximately 12 hours. So from 1 p.m. until 1 a.m. the following morning. So really significant. And we see again, it even spread, I mentioned this was a post from the Barbados Today online newspaper. So it was really across the region, it was being mentioned. But out of this, actually, there came some positive outcomes. And one of the main factors is that the general manager of TN Tech, Kelvin Ramsuk, took immediate responsibility and did not try to, hide, and came out and said exactly what was the cause as soon as it was established. So in other words, TN Tech took ownership, which I think stood them in good stead in terms of, how consumers, because of course everyone consumes electricity and was affected, as well as how the coverage of the outage was portrayed in the media. Okay. So again, by using media monitoring tools, again, we can see what were the conversations about. As you could see here, I mentioned the general manager of TN Tech. We see here very prominently outage, Trinidad, blackout, electricity, power restored. And we can actually drill down into each of these words, see how many times they were mentioned across what media types, as well as what was the sentiment. So you can get really granular in your analysis. In terms of sentiment, all right, so we see here on the 16th of February, just about midday, as I mentioned, till 1 a.m. on the 17th. This was the period of the outage, right? And we see, of course, this was the highest spike in terms of negative mentions. This is when it started. And around this time is when it was restored. Okay. But what was interesting is how immediately by launching an effective response to this crisis, it was able to peter out in a relatively short space of time. So this is the 18th of February. So basically, maybe for 3 days or so, it was widely spoken about, people on social media, but it didn't really last that long. And we see that there were 2,600 mentions over this 3-day period. So all in all, considering that this is a power outage, I think 31% negative mentions is not too bad. There were actually a few positive mentions. And as I mentioned, the positive mentions, I think, was in response to the fact that both the general manager of TNTech as well as the Minister of Public Utilities came out as soon as the cause was identified. And as we see here, which is very rare for our public servants, the general manager of TNTech actually apologized for the blackout, right? This was, I think, very effective in terms of communications, not attempting to blur, or there were some who were blaming on the workers' sabotage, but immediately both the general manager as well as the minister, relevant line minister, immediately disabused that notion and said, no, it was not sabotage, and identified what was the cause of the outage. So very effective handling of communications crisis. We mentioned the power of influencers. So it's important to know who are your detractors as well as who are your promoters. So as communications professionals and as customer service professionals as well, you want to be able to certainly to neutralize and, if possible, even turn your detractors into promoters of your brand. And what is important to be able to note, who are the detractors who have the widest reach, right? So we see, for example, in this case, it's a Loop News, an online news site, right? And then of particular, I think, significance certainly for the government would be, this is the leader of the opposition, Kamla Prasad Bisesa. And no surprise, we see she has quite a large following on her Facebook page, right? And then again, you can see who is giving your organization and your brand positive coverage. And certainly if they have a large following and a large reach, you would certainly want to reach out to them and possibly consider engaging them as brand ambassadors. Okay. And you can also track how effectively is your organization responding to the crisis and what was the impact. And we see here that TNTech was regularly issuing releases and advisories, including on their Facebook page. And these advisories gained high engagement on their Facebook channel. It's also important, particular media houses. Again, you have to know, okay, maybe which journalists you need to wine and dine in order to gain maybe slightly more neutral coverage, and if possible, even positive coverage. And again, you can do that by analyzing the output of the various media houses, whether they be traditional news. So these are traditional newspapers here in Trinidad and Tobago, the three main daily newspapers, whether it will be an online news site like Loop and The Guardian, Facebook sites. This is someone on Twitter. Again, we have television stations and so on. So again, you have to be able to drill in and to note, okay, well, why did I get negative coverage by Newsday? Maybe I need to do something about improving my relationship with this particular media house. Again, we can see all the various media types for assessing, okay, so it was widely covered, again, across a variety of traditional social and digital channels. And then very importantly, being able to see, well, what was your reach? In other words, what was the number of the potential audience that this media coverage reached? And what was the level of engagement? So we see that online news had the highest reach. They reached nearly 24 million people. and also had the highest engagement, over 5,000 points of engagement. Also, it's very critical to be able to understand your audience. And once you understand who is consuming your content, you are then better able to target and to craft really nuanced communications to hit your desired target. And apart from determining your audience by the usual metrics, which will be gender as well as age, there are other metrics you can look at. So I thought it was quite interesting that in the case of TN Tech, you would see there are a lot of entrepreneurs who would have been engaging with their posts, artists in art, executive management, journalists, and so on. As well as what is your audience interested in? So again, thought this was quite interesting. Family and parenting, no surprise, social media, literature and books, global news, and so on. So by looking and seeing what is the type of audience who's engaging with your content, again, you can strategize in order to make sure that you come up with those targeted key messages that you want each particular demographic to reach. And then finally, another important metrics is competitors. So in many of our islands, there would generally be one particular utility provider. However, in some instances, there are two. And as I mentioned, we can expect to see with the increasing popularity and focus on renewable energy, that there would be those companies and businesses providing renewable energy who might be considered as a competitor. So in the Bahamas, we have the Bahamas Power and Light Company, which is majority, but they don't cover Grand Bahama. So therefore, we have the Grand Bahama Power Company, which is privately owned, which cover the Grand Bahama area. And what I found particularly interested, looking at it from March 1st, is that we see overwhelmingly that the Bahamas Power and Light Company has the highest share of voice, right? So we see that 95% of mentions, which represents 444 mentions, as opposed to Grand Bahama, which only had 12 in this particular time period. But note, even though they only had 12 mentions, when it comes to engagement, their audience was highly engaged, just producing 77 points of engagement. So the 12 mentions yielded 77 points of engagement, which means that, again, this was an effective use of mainly social and online media. Again, we can also drill down and we can compare sentiment across two competitors. So we see that of the Bahamas Power and Light, there were 65 mentions that were negative. And we can see here, oops, sorry. Basically, I like this one. I tired of BPL, bro. It's only March. Complaining about rising prices. And also unreported arrears, right? Grand Bahama had no negative mentions in this period, but we see it was mainly neutral. So what Grand Bahama might want to do is to maybe engage in some CSR initiatives in order to convert some of those neutral mentions into positive. Okay. So as I hope I've shown you, looking at these three instances, the value of media monitoring analytics can generate insights which can help you as communications and customer service professionals to formulate better and more nuanced strategies to engage with the media as well as your consumers or your customers, so as to boost the perception of your brand and also make people more aware of the improvements that you're making in your customer service. So thank you everyone for your attention, and I'll be very happy to take any questions, answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Alison. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to do like the music that plays off somebody when they win an award. We will not have any time for questions because we are way past our time.
Understood.
And we would like to move on to the next presentation, our final presentation for the day. The person who's going to lead you through that is Martin Ford of CARILEC. And before I bring in Martin, I'd like to also encourage you all to stick around for the networking event that's going to be ending our final day of conferencing. Hoping that CARILEC will actually put on what those prizes are going to be in the chat, so that we'll be more inclined to stay and fight for it. But in the meantime, thank you so much again for having me. And Martin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carmi. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Martin, and I work with CARILEC, specifically with their learning platform known as CARIC. And today I have the honor of welcoming Amber Zernhelt, who is the manager of the Energy Transition Academy at RMI. Amber has worked with utilities, regulators, government agencies, academic institutions, and the private sector to support capacity building efforts. She has more than 15 years of management experience in both the nonprofit and local government sectors. And she's very passionate about building relationships and an innovative stakeholder collaboration to tackle climate change. She has, in her role as project officer for the International Center for Sustainable Cities, Amber coordinated peer networks among leading international cities working on sustainability initiatives. And as a registered professional planner, Amber has served on a variety of provincial and national energy and climate working groups with utilities, industry, government, and non-government organizations in Canada. Her experience includes a variety of roles in municipal government, including Director of Planning, Director of Development Services, and Manager of Long-Range Planning and Sustainability. She has also held positions as the Assistant Coordinator for the Canadian Climate Impact and Adaptation Research Network, and worked on community planning with Indigenous communities in Canada. And she holds a master's degree in geosciences from the University of Edinburgh and a Bachelor of Arts honors from the University of British Columbia. And it's Amber, thank you for joining us. How are you doing? Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much, Martin, and thank you very much to CARILEC for having me today. I'm just going to share my screen.
Yes, and as Alana put, you can share the questions in the Q&A section.
Great. Okay, can you see my my slideshow now? Okay.
Perfect, Amber. Off to you.
Okay, excellent, great, thank you very much. So I'm very happy to be here today to share with you a presentation on building the energy transition workforce, really building on the important CARILEC conference theme of nurturing the workforce. And in today's session, I will provide you with a brief overview of RMI and our Energy Transition Academy, share with you some highlights of our inaugural Caribbean Fellowship Program with 3 utilities in the Caribbean, and also share highlights of the upcoming Global Fellowship Program, which we're very excited to be launching our Caribbean cohort in partnership with CARILEC and opening it to CARILEC member utilities. So a little bit about RMI. If you're not familiar with RMI, also known as the Rocky Mountain Institute. We're an international nonprofit organization that is focused on advancing the clean energy transition and improving livelihoods. We work internationally, and the Energy Transition Academy is a program of RMI that in particular works across the regions of the Caribbean, Sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific Islands. In the Caribbean, RMI has worked with many of your utilities. We have over 26 different renewable energy projects and 80 megawatts of power generated through these, working with 12 different island nations. So to name a few, the Bahamas, Anguilla, Montserrat, British Virgin Islands, Turks and Caicos Islands, and many others. The Energy Transition Academy is really set up to focus on supporting energy professionals in leading the clean energy transition in emerging markets. We're focused on the premise that by offering capacity development that is locally driven and designed in partnership with both local participants as well as local organizations, and in this context, utilities, that we can really advance clean energy projects and the leadership and empower the individuals that are leading these initiatives. So we're designed around the premise of connect, act, and lead. And with Connect, we're focused on connecting clean energy professionals with one another in peer network. In turn, they enhance their action, their ability to act by advancing clean energy projects, and lead through sharing best practices, experiences, and lessons learned with their colleagues and other organizations. We have 4 key pillars: leadership and innovation, which is focused on finding shared solutions to common problems and challenges in advancing renewable energy; experience exchange, which is focused on connecting professionals for peer-to-peer sharing of best practices and lessons learned. And we do this through a variety of means: the fellowship program that I'll speak to momentarily, through establishing communities of practice, offering site visits, and other learning exchanges. We also focus on skills development, so access to technical training, and advisory services, so technical assistance and support for advancing projects. The Energy Transition Academy is really designed through the demand of local regions. We've worked extensively in the Caribbean and Sub-Saharan Africa in particular, as well as Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands, in doing a needs assessment and really finding out the lay of the land, who's doing what in each jurisdiction to advance training and workforce development opportunities. And in the Caribbean in particular, I want to emphasize that we are a member of CARILEC, and we're also involved in the original establishment of the CARILEC community. And so it's very important in our design that as we go forward in offerings, we're working to enhance the programs and offerings that the CARILEC community and CARILEC member organizations have access to. Through our design analysis, we've really come up with 5 key catalysts that are key for transformational change. And we really integrated these into our launch offerings. So these 5 catalysts are, I'll just go back for a moment, around experience exchange that I highlighted earlier, learning, community, innovation, and resources. So how do these play into our 2022 launch offerings? I should note that the Energy Transition Academy is quite a new program at RMI, although RMI has been working within these regions for many years. This is really set up to work in partnership with other organizations in the regions to enhance capacity development and workforce training opportunities. So our fellowship program is right now underway with 3 Caribbean utilities: Bahamas Power and Light, British Virgin Islands Electricity Corporation, and Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. And as mentioned, we're looking to expand this program to other CARILEC members beginning in September of 2022. We're offering leadership accelerator programs. These are really focused more on leadership executives, C-suite leaders within organizations to really advance problem solving over a period of several months on key renewable energy initiatives and challenges they're facing. The Africa Mini Grids program is a partnership that we have with the United Nations Development Program, where we're supporting 18 different national programs across Africa, that are launching mini-grid program development as well as communities of practice among energy practitioners. And the Africa School of Regulation is another program that the Energy Transition Academy is launching this year in partnership with the Florence School of Regulation, Sustainable Energy for All, the University of Cape Town, and the NEL Foundation, focused on policy and regulatory frameworks and learning opportunities within the Africa context. In terms of our fellowship program, we have 3 key objectives. One is enhancing knowledge. So the program is designed, as mentioned, it's really driven around the training needs of utilities and the participating fellows to support them in building their knowledge and capacity to advance clean energy projects. Second objective is seeding the community. So really establishing a peer network of leaders among participants in the context of the Caribbean. Of course, feeding into the CARILEC community is key, and providing opportunities to amplify the energy leaders participating in the program and provide leadership opportunities at Energy Transition Academy events, as well as regional and international events. And then, as this is a new program, as the program evolves and expands, we're wanting to learn from each cohort and really scale our program to meet regional needs. Our current fellowship focus is on solar plus battery storage microgrid project development, and the content and the curriculum is developed in partnership with the participating utilities and the fellows once selected for the program, and customized and tailor-made to the information that they're looking for around project development. Our inaugural fellowship program includes 6 fellows. We've got 5 pictured here, and they range from a COO, who also acts as a mentor to a more junior engineer that's participating from his utility, to mechanical engineers and electrical engineers. In terms of our timeline, our current fellowship program offering is underway from January to December of this year. The first phase is the online engagement phase, which is a weekly series of sessions ranging from technical presentations and discussions to targeted conversations, which really dive into the questions around various phases of project development that the fellows have, and have an opportunity for back and forth with technical experts. We are launching a Fellows Summit in May, which will include a site visit to a solar plus storage microgrid, as well as an accelerator session to advance Fellows projects. And then from May to December, fellows are participating in an energy transition residency. So working alongside RMI's Islands projects teams on projects underway with their utilities, and really getting in the trenches and really getting into the nuts and bolts of project design, development, and operationalization. I highlighted on a few of these, so I'll go over this quickly, but the key elements for the fellowship program include technical training sessions, which we call catered learnings, and these cover the breadth of project development and management, but are also tailored to the interests that have been expressed by the utilities and the fellows. Targeted conversations, which include in-depth discussions with fellows and subject matter experts, a project experience component working on clean energy projects, and the Fellows Summit, which I mentioned earlier. In terms of content and curriculum, we're really focused on a range of project development aspects, but honing in on utility-specific case studies. So the lessons learned, best practices, things that should be done differently based on case studies with the participating utilities, as well as other utilities RMI has worked with in the Caribbean. In terms of project development, project de-risking, and procurement, we're covering everything from site analysis through to financial modeling, stakeholder engagement, right into the nuts and bolts of the procurement process. And a key focus that has been designed around the interests of the participating utilities is on battery storage and safety design. I mentioned this previously, and I want to highlight again the importance of connecting a community of practice among fellows. So not only are we connecting fellows with their peers within the region, and then as we expand, looking to really connect them further within the CARILEC community in partnership with CARILEC, but we're also focused on connecting them with other energy leaders in this sector internationally. This has a twofold benefit. One, an opportunity for energy leaders to troubleshoot and problem solve with their peers. Secondly, it provides an opportunity for really both enhancing the personal and professional career of fellows by connecting them with a wide range of energy leaders, but also advancing projects within utilities and contributing to the overall success and raising of a positive profile of utilities on the projects the fellows are working on. Shakori Isaac, a mechanical engineer with VI WAPA, shared with us, I look forward to the weekly fellowship session because there's a lot we cover and I'm all for gaining knowledge. I feel everyone is more experienced than me, so I can learn from everyone's successes and failures. Similarly, Lorenza Carey, an engineer in training at Bahamas Power and Light, shared, the fellowship has been nothing short of incredible and informative. The team has such a depth of knowledge. The program is a constant reinforcement of how renewable energy projects should be conducted. With the fellowship, I've been able to connect the dots. So what's next? And this is a bit of a call to action. We're really excited to share with you today the next opportunity within the Caribbean. As we expand our global fellowship program within the Caribbean, we're going to be opening the program up to CARILEC members in partnership with CARILEC. And so CARILEC member utilities in particular will have the opportunity to put forward 1 to 3 fellows to nominate them to participate in the program. I should mention there's no cost for participation in the program. And because RMI is a nonprofit, we fundraise to cover the costs of the program material and curriculum and site visits. We're focused on utilities that are advancing solar microgrid projects. There are also cohorts in sub-Saharan Africa, the Pacific Islands, and Southeast Asia. But within the Caribbean, we will have an opportunity for up to 20 fellows to participate in the next program. The next program will run from September to December of this year. We anticipate holding bi-weekly sessions that are online, diving into the details of project development. And the project experience component will be slightly different than our initial offering, with a focus on site visits, our fellows summit, the opportunity for mentorship in an area of interest to the fellows from technical experts, as well as the opportunity for some technical assistance to advance their projects. And leadership development is an important part of this program that's integrated throughout. We are really looking to amplify the voices and stories and experiences of the fellows through reports, blogs, social media, international and regional events, and creating the community practice among the fellows. And as an opportunity going forward, we're really excited to work with CARILEC, and also we're looking to work with the WIRE network, because one of the important pieces for us as we expand this program is including a gender equity and social inclusion lens. So we really want to be increasing the number of female participants within the program, as we'll be looking to do that through our recruitment process. We'll be opening the application process up in May. And I'd really like to encourage you to reach out to us. We'd love to engage with your utility as we look to design the next Caribbean Fellowship cohort. We will be at the networking session happening momentarily, and we'd love to have you get in touch to reach out and talk about how the program could potentially be a fit for your utility and to help meet your training needs. Thank you very much.
Well, Amber, thank you very much for your presentation. And, you know, like working in this space, I realize like partnership and collaboration is key to us moving our workforce forward. I'm just going to look to the Q&A section. Are there any questions from the audience at this point in time? If not, what I could ask a question before I know we are running a little behind. But just to ask you, Amber, like, what would you say what does success look like for the next iteration of the fellowship in regards to the Caribbean's engagement?
Thanks. That's a really great question. I think success looks like co-designing the program, a combination of we're working closely with CARILEC to look at how we can best partner on the next cohort within the Caribbean, specifically targeting CARILEC member utilities with this offering. And so we really want that input in the design to make sure that the topics and the content and the training opportunities provided are really timely and relevant to meet the workforce development needs identified by utilities within the Caribbean.
So thank you very much. And you know, like in today's session, we heard a lot about different tools. And I think that, you know, like you're getting a variety of different sized utilities. Do you find that this is creating a diverse set of challenges in terms of, sorry, not challenges, perspectives, like solutions and challenges raised during the sessions that you've had so far?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think having a diversity of utilities with varying degrees of stages of project development is really helpful for sharing lessons learned and best practices. And we've also found that with the experience level of the fellows, we have, as I mentioned previously, we have a range from senior executive level to you know, engineering training. And I think those that are participating at a more senior level are almost acting a little bit more in a mentorship role within the program. And you know, still I think gaining knowledge and insight that's really helpful from the case studies and lessons learned, but sharing their perspective, which is really valuable from a more senior level. So yes, both size and scale of the utility and their projects they've underway helps add to the richness of the program, as well as the participating fellows.
Well, thank you very much. And you know, like I look forward to hearing more about it. And Alana, I know that you have your networking session right now coming up, and we're a little delayed, so I'm just going to hand over to you. And thank you, Amber.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you for moderating. Thank you very much, Amber, for delivering that presentation from RMI and telling us about the ETA program. Of course, as Amber mentioned, she will be joining us for our networking session, which will be next. So our attendees will have a chance to ask her some more questions about that program and of course get more information. So a special thank you to all of our moderators, presenters, and a big thank you to all of our attendees for joining us today, day 2 of the HR Corporate Comms and Customer Service Conference. Thank you for also joining us yesterday for day 1 of the conference and staying with us throughout those 2 days. We really appreciate your attendance, your support of CARILEC events, and we look forward to hosting you further throughout this year in our virtual events and also in-person events that we have lined up for this year. So a big thank you to everybody. Of course, we're running a bit behind schedule, so just a few pointers to note that we will be forwarding the recordings for today and yesterday to all of our attendees, so look out for that. Also, the presentations that we are able to share, we will be sharing those as well. So if you missed any presentations throughout the day, you could always refer to our correspondents to get that. Also, just a reminder that we've posted a survey link in the chat. So if you could just take a few minutes to fill out that survey for us, we really appreciate your feedback so that we can take your comments and suggestions into consideration as we aim to serve you better and to improve the quality of our events for you, our attendees. So survey link is in the chat. It will also be provided in our thank you emails. So please take a few minutes just to tell us about your experience over the 2 days and give us some pointers. How can we improve? What have we been doing well as we aim to better serve you? Also, the link to join our networking experience is posted in the chat. So if in case you missed the email, you could also just click that link in the chat and it will take you over to it's a Zoom platform, but Zoom meeting this time, to join us for the networking experience. Please, we encourage you to come join us. It's just about 20 to 25 minutes. We have some wonderful prizes up for grabs, Amazon vouchers, book giveaways. So come over and network, have some fun with us. Don't forget to bring your fancy glass. And we look forward to spending those last 20 to 25 minutes with you as we wrap up our conference. So thank you, everyone. And let's head over to our networking experience.